Good morning, good afternoon for everyone in many parts of the world. Welcome to our day 2 for the virtual policy dialogue on post-COVID-19 fiscal policy instrument and green development for this joint event, ADBI-Indonesia MOF and LPM University of Indonesia. Thank you so much for investing your time and effort to be available for this webinar. I hope you receive valuable knowledge in our discussion so far. So as you may already know, my name is Nela Henrieti. I'm the task manager for this event. So I just want to inform you a short housekeeping rule to remind that don't forget to mute your microphone and switch off your video. And when it's not your turn to speak, so please leave a question on the Q&A box if you want to ask a question to speakers, or raise your hand, which are available in the Zoom menu. We will give you the floor. Please leave a message in chat box for messages that are not addressed to speaker or moderators. This is for technical question. So I think thank you and enjoy the webinar. So with that, I will invite Dr. Alin Halimatu Sadia, the head of Environmental Economic Research Group, Institute for Economic and Social Research, University of Indonesia, to start our policy dialogue today. Thank you very much, and Bu Alin, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Bu Nela. Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to see you all again in this second day of the seminar. I hope you are all in a good health today. So yesterday we discussed many things related to green fiscal policy, including the transition to greener fiscal regime, simulation on several instruments such as carbon tax. We also talk about project rating and guarantee for a green project. Now we will move to discuss more on the barrier and challenge to implement the green fiscal instruments. So before we move to the paper presentation, we will have a keynote speech. So we are very honored to have Professor Sunsuke Managi here. Prof. Managi is a distinguished professor and the director of Urban Institute at Kyushu University, Japan. He is also the director of UNEP Inclusive Wealth Report since 2014 until now, a lead author for the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, coordinating lead author for the Intergovernmental Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Service, and the editor of several books, including the Routledge Handbook of Environmental Economics in Asia. He was the recipient of Japan Society for the Promotion of Science Prize and council member of the Science Council of Japan. Prof. Managi will present a topic titled Measuring Sustainable Progress of SDGs. This measurement hopefully can be important. Yeah, this topic is very important since we are in the need of searching for alternative indicators of welfare measurement. SDGDP alone has many drawbacks to represent welfare. So the measurement that would be highlighted is inclusive wealth. Without further ado, I will give time to Prof. Managi. So Professor, the time is yours.
Thank you. This is a great opportunity for me to present some of my work for the global, also for the Indonesians. It is also the great honor because I have many Indonesian PhD students who was working in the university, also working for government. So this will be the nice future collaborations starting time.
Obi, please.
Thank you, Alin. Thank you very much, Managi Sensei, for the excellent presentation. My question is very primitive. So it's about the natural capital, how to measure natural capital. So large part of the natural capital is atmosphere and the oceans. And the atmosphere and oceans are shared by all the countries in the world. That's the reason why the people have paid little attention to that important part of natural capital. But how can we measure the natural capital, and how can we attribute or this part of natural capital in the world is Indonesian. So when we talk about the deterioration of natural capital in Indonesia, what do we mean? So this is very primitive, but please.
Thank you. Yeah, this is a good question. Especially for it matters for the carbon dioxide damage. So the damage from the climate change is not just Indonesian emission matters for the Indonesian carbon damage directly as climate change. It's more like the all of the accumulated emission from the global matter to the climate change globally. Then the damage attributed to Indonesia's matters as a subcomponent from the global. So we calibrate the damage, also the contribution from Indonesia by using the climate change models. For the more the emission goes, then the damage matter for global, it comes back again to the Indonesia. So the boundary come from the national economy side.
Okay.
And for the fishery, as you said, this is a problem, and we probably do not understand much about faraway oceans that no one can track of how much fish is there.
I see. Thank you very much for the clear explanation.
Okay. So Prof. Managi, we have three questions. I will read all of them and you may answer in yeah, so first is from Lydia Napitupulu. In the 80s, Indonesia started effort for natural capital accounting, but it has stalled and did not generate wide interest. Do you have a suggestion on how to mainstream natural capital accounting and to demonstrate its benefit, especially for local governments? So we have more than 500 local governments in Indonesia who now have the main responsibility for data collection in Indonesia. The second is from Veda Morty Nama Sivayam. We no longer talk about peak oil, but talk more about peak emission. So it is not about extraction and depletion of resources, but natural limits on human intervention on environment. How is the measurement of natural capital help in this process? And the third one, Yusniar Nababan, is there any measurement of optimal composition between three capitals, considering that there is possibility trade-off conserving environment and economic? So you may answer all or some of them, and maybe you can write down if some question has not answered.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. I respond one by one quickly. For the first one, for less interest for the accounting, I totally agree. Social accounting metrics is not interesting because it was simply accounting and no policy implications. And it should be connected to the economic measures. Then people has interest. So now we have 1 million investment. What is the impact for saving the natural resource? Then it is 2. So it's twice, then go ahead. If it's no impact, do something else. So the economic accounting should be the key for this. Second, on the peak oil, I have been studying on the oil and gas for a long time, so I totally agree. So the more emission matters because of climate change. So the more hurricane and the damage for the tsunami comes in the longer run. So that's why the people talk about emissions. So the emissions impact to the climate change is our main issues rather than peak oil itself, because oil price is fragile. So it's hard to understand what to be the right one. Third one, for the optimal composition, we can surely figure out the optimal composition given that policymaker can do perfectly. But our measurement doesn't need to be assumed optimal control. So that's why we try to understand the state by state over years. But again, we can think about optimal composition between the three. And the policy implication for that is not reducing the natural capitals in the longer times. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof. Managi, for your concise answer here. Okay, so we are at the end of keynote speech session. Again, I would like to give a high appreciation to Prof. Sunsuke Managi for your speech. We hope that policy recommendation and insight of inclusive wealth in the speech will be amplified in the near future by many countries. We are quite behind schedule, but I think it is worth it to have discussion with you, Prof. We have a photo session now. Bunela, maybe you can help me to manage this.
Thank you, Bu Alin. Okay, to everyone, we're gonna have a quick photo session. So please turn on your video, and then Swati will take a screenshot for that. And Swati, I mean, maybe you can like give direction.
Daniela, thank you very much. Hello, everyone. May I ask you to please switch on your camera so that I can capture your beautiful smiles. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. I give
you.
Yeah, so I think Bu Alin, you can continue.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Okay. So we move to the paper presentation session. We are in the fourth session now. Ms. Jacqueline Cottrell will moderate this session. So I will introduce in brief, Ms. Jacqueline Cottrell is a freelance associate in the Green Budget Germany. She is a consultant specializing in green fiscal policy, green budgeting, and inclusive green economy. She delivers policy advisory, capacity development, and research on this topic in low and middle income countries. She has collaborated with many international organizations, including GIZ, AFD, UNEP, UNESCAP, and other United Nations institutions. In 2018, she became the co-writer of a Climate of Fairness, Environmental Taxation, and Tax Justice in Developing Countries. So she is based in Scotland. What time is now there, Jackie?
It's 2:30 in the morning here in Scotland.
Wow, yeah. Okay, without further ado, I will give the time to Jackie to chair the session. Please, Ms. Jackie.
Thank you very much for that, your kind introduction, and welcome everyone to this session 4, where we're looking at green financial instruments and fiscal incentives, and looking at opportunities and limitations to that. In this session, we have 3 presentations. First of all, 2 from authors who are contributing chapters to the book, which I introduced yesterday. And then we also have a very interesting country case looking at Cambodia. So without further ado, I'd like to get started and introduce our first speaker, who is Lana Zaman. Lana, are you here in the room? Ah, yes, I can see you. Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Are you able to share your screen, Lana? Then I would introduce you while you are doing that.
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay, great. And perhaps a quick reminder at the start, we're really quite short of time, so we need a 10-minute presentation, and I will try and be quite strict on time so that we don't get too behind during the day. So this first presentation is by Lana Zaman. She's an Associate Sustainable Development Officer at the United Nations at the Department of Economic and Social Affairs, UNDESA, the Division of Sustainable Development Goals. She supports the Sustainable Development Report, as well as the Science, Technology and Innovation Forum at UNDESA. And prior to this current role, Lana was an Associate Economic Affairs Officer at the Energy Division of UNESCAP. And she has over a decade of experience in economic analysis and energy policy. Lana has a Master of Public Policy from UC Berkeley's Goldman School and a BA in Mathematical Economics from Brown University as well. So We're all really looking forward to your presentation, Lana, and I give the floor to you.
Great. Thank you so much for that very kind introduction. It is an honor to be here, especially having heard from all these fantastic scholars and read your bios. So yes, I'm Lana. I'm with the UN DESA Division for Sustainable Development Goals, and I'll be presenting today on my paper on financing green energy in a post-COVID world, building back cleaner and more resilient energy systems. A quick disclaimer, I'm here today as an independent researcher. So to begin with a little bit of background, this is an image here from UNEP that shows the transformation of CO2 emissions for 2020 compared with 2019 as a baseline. So as everyone might have expected, we see really just a huge nosedive in late March with the beginning of COVID. And there were particularly large drops in emissions from every type of transport, since there were a lot of different kinds of lockdown measures. But over the course of the year, of course, emissions started to rise again, and we see that things are starting to get back to business as usual. So for the full year, it's estimated that global emissions decreased by 6.4%, which is actually a smaller decrease than was expected. IEA had actually estimated closer to 8% earlier in the year. And also, just to put this in context, UNEP estimates that to meet the Paris Agreement and to keep global warming within 1.5 degrees Celsius, we would need an annual decrease of 7.6% every year. So relatively speaking, this isn't that big. Additionally, of course, this emissions reduction came at a huge economic and social cost. The pandemic has, of course, caused tragedies everywhere. And just to describe a bit some of the economic damages, ILO estimates that the job loss in hours is equivalent to about the loss of 255 million full-time jobs for the year of 2020. So in this context, there's clearly a need for reducing emissions in order to meet our climate targets and avoid catastrophe. And there's also a need to stimulate the economy. One of the challenges is that recovery from recession periods is generally very carbon intensive, in some cases even more carbon intensive than the time before. And we saw this with the previous Great Recession. So the role of green recovery in this context is that it can boost both economic growth, social development, and environmental improvement. A couple of the real benefits of green recovery include that the levelized cost of energy, particularly solar and wind energy, these variable renewables, has decreased so much that it is much cheaper than fossil fuels. And by one estimate by IRENA, replacing some of the priciest coals with renewables could actually save $23 billion a year. Secondly, there's an immense investment potential, and several studies have shown that in recent years, investments on the stock market in different types of clean energy are not only more profitable than fossil fuels, they have often been more profitable than the wider market index. And thirdly, and this is very important right now, renewable energy and energy efficiency tend to be a lot more labor intensive, whereas fossil fuel is more capital intensive. Fossil fuel requires a lot more machinery, whereas things like solar panels and wind farms, they require people to really monitor them. Similarly, energy efficiency upgrades really require a lot of people to manage. So for this reason, it's also estimated that renewable energy and energy efficiency can create 4 to 6 times as many jobs as fossil fuels for the same amount of energy. So this is why it could really be a great job creator. The purpose of this paper is to examine the early trends in government policies and investments in green recovery. Secondly, it's to discuss some of the sector-based opportunities we have. Obviously, we've seen that systems, the ways people think, the ways policymakers implement policies, all of that is changing fast. So we do have an opportunity to make some transformations. And thirdly, it's to provide some practical and actionable recommendations. The methodology uses a data set from a database, like a web-based database called Energy Policy Tracker. And this is updated regularly, but it is by no means comprehensive. It's based on public announcements of policies. And this is tracking policies since the beginning of the pandemic, estimated in early January. So I just want to be clear, this is very much a preliminary analysis, just based on policies that are available. For this particular analysis, I'm looking at a subset of countries in Asia, including Bangladesh, China, India, Indonesia, Japan, Republic of Korea, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and Vietnam. So let's look at the early trends. In terms of types of energy, this analysis found 138 new policies that contributed a total of $130 billion in financial commitment. I'm showing here both the number of policy and the value of the policy, because in some cases there might be a very important policy that wasn't assigned a specific dollar value, but it's still important. So it's divided into a few categories that I'll go through based on the commitment values. So the area that received the most commitment was in fact clean conditional energy. So this means any type of policy that's intended to decrease emissions, but maybe without specific targets. So one common type of policy under this category is a lot of countries made policies about electric vehicles, which are certainly known to be more sustainable, but that of course depends on how that electricity is generated. Another type of policy was a green city initiative, which we saw in several countries. The second largest area in terms of financial commitment was fossil fuels unconditionally. So this means investments in fossil fuels with no types of environmental safeguard or climate target. And two of the big areas here, one is that there were several investments in new coal plants or policies to support existing coal plants. And some of the context for this is that it's usually done to stimulate the economy based on business as usual, maybe how things are already going. And it can also be done to improve a country's energy security. The other big area under this category is bailouts for the aviation industry. So of course, globally, we see there's a lot of bailout investment for aviation. And while this might, it might benefit the economy, in most cases, they're not attached with any type of climate target. And so this is a bit of a missed opportunity. Perhaps we could be attaching other policies to this. Under other energy, there were several policies about hydro, nuclear, or multi-fuel. Under fossil conditional, so this is policies around fossil fuels that had some kind of environmental safeguard. So these pertain to emission standards, taxes, and in some cases LNG. And I will note that in some cases, both for fossil conditional and unconditional, some of these policies were done for social benefit, for example, different types of subsidies for households. And lastly, clean unconditional, it had a small investment, but a decent number of policies. And this includes any type of completely green target. Namely, recently, several countries have made commitments to net zero emissions, including recently China, Japan, and Republic of Korea have all made net zero commitments for future.
Lana, I'm just going to give you a heads up on the time, if I may. You've got about 2 or 3 minutes left. So just to concentrate on the opportunities and recommendations, that would be great for the discussion.
So here you can see the investment trends by sector so far. As you can see, the largest investments were in mobility, power generation, and multiple sectors, all of which have a lot of important opportunities as well. In mobility, of course, there's a hope to push people towards public transportation options, which is particularly challenging during COVID. So in conclusion, many countries, both globally and in the Asia region, are making large commitments to zero emissions. There is a clear prioritization of climate change issues, and we've seen just a lot of policies coming up recently. And one thing I'd like to note is that from the time I started writing this paper to when I finished, the landscape changed a lot. And in fact, there have been, the stimulus packages have become more green over that time. So we see there's more commitments, but will it be enough? All estimates currently say that in spite of these zero emission commitments, countries are not really on track to meet them yet. So we'll see, if we're able to keep to these commitments, there will be a lot of action required. Based on current trajectories, this year hasn't actually made any difference towards global warming either. So that's another area where there's more action needed. Among the beneficial policies we saw, there was an abundance of policies supporting renewable energy, particularly for renewable energy power generation and different types of energy efficiency policies. I will say almost every country in this analysis had at least some policies for solar and wind, many also for hydro, some for nuclear. And there were many beneficial policies for energy efficiency. There were also investments in sustainable mobility and green cities. In terms of continuing obstacles, there wasn't really any evidence of the removal of fossil fuel subsidies. And as I believe some of my colleagues mentioned as well, now would have been a really good opportunity to remove some of those subsidies while oil prices are low and people wouldn't feel it as much. That opportunity is sadly dwindling because oil prices are rising again. Additionally, there have even been some new subsidies in light of the pandemic and the recession. And also there have been a lot of bailouts for fuel-intensive companies. So policy recommendations for going forward. Firstly, removal of fossil fuel subsidies is really critical. Oil prices are still a little bit low, so this would be a good opportunity. Secondly, direct recovery packages towards green initiatives, both for economic growth and sustainability. And in the case when they're going to something that might support fossil fuels, at least to attach it with some climate targets. Thirdly, to ensure that the recovery is both green and socially inclusive. And lastly, of course, all of this funding can't come only from the public sector, so create an enabling environment for companies to invest in green policies. Several of the policies briefly covered dealt with private sector as well. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much for that quick wrap up at the end as well. It is much appreciated. The structure that's envisaged for these sessions is that I now introduce our discussant and then we will take questions. I can see there are already some questions in the Q&A, but I will leave those until we've had the comments from our discussant, Lin Chun-Soo, who I saw online before. Ah, yeah, okay, I see you.
Hello.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Would you have some slides to share or are you just going to speak?
I do have one page of slides, so I will do very quick.
Okay, I will let you share the slides and introduce you very briefly, if I may. So Dr. Lin Chun-Soo is a research fellow and deputy director at the Center for Green Economy at the Tsinghua Institution for Economic Research in Taipei, Taiwan. And he's got a PhD in environmental and natural resource sciences from Washington State University from 2001, so a few years ago now. Okay, the floor is yours for your comments, please.
All right, thank you very much, Jackie. Yeah, actually, Lana has done a very good job. So what I'm going to share is some thoughts about this paper instead of comments. And in this paper, Lana delivered some messages. I think the first one is she examined 9 Asian countries about their stimulus package for green recovery. And she came to several conclusions and recommendations, including the removal of fossil fuel subsidy and also the direct recovery package funds toward green policies, and ensure recovery is green and socially inclusive at the same time. And also, she suggests to create a good environment for companies to do green investment, etc. So I think here this paper came in a very good timing because a lot of countries or governments are trying to recover from the economic loss during the pandemic period of time. And here are some thoughts about this paper. I think we probably can have more development on these issues. And first of all, this is a very necessary analysis and evaluation. And we see a lot of competitions right now between governments who are trying to put a lot of money on green recovery, but how they are doing and what they can achieve in the future. It's really an issue we have to study more in the future. So I think it's very worthy of another round of performance tracking a few years later, especially on how they can achieve using what kind of money, how much money, in what aspects, etc. And so following that kind of thoughts, then we have to develop a system of indicators of performance for those countries, but we have to consider their status in economic development, etc. So the system of indicators should be applicable to all, but it should be also considering different situation status of different countries. Like in this study, there are 9 countries as a targets for investigation, but they are all at a different status in terms of income, in terms of policies, etc. And they are probably not able to be compared at the same level. And last one is in many packages or recovery plans. Also in this paper, we are all more focused on energy issues or climate change issues a lot, but we somehow are not so paying so much attention to environmental qualities in other issues. For example, air quality improvement, water pollution abatement, etc. And I really like to see more issues included in the analysis in the future. Okay, yeah, that's about my discussion, and thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Some very interesting additional comments, I think, and thoughts about going forward. Because as Lana highlighted as well, we have a really big issue that recession recoveries tend to be very greenhouse gas intensive. And we can see that rather regrettably in 2020, in spite of the thinking about how much greenhouse gas emissions might drop, in the end, 6.4% is less than we need year on year up to 2030 to reach the targets. I think that's an important point that we can't highlight enough, that really even quite radical changes aren't really bringing us to the level of emissions reductions that we need to see in the medium term. I'd ask people either to put questions in the Q&A, or if they would like to speak, they can raise their hand and we'll give them the floor. But I already have 4 questions for you, Lana. So if I may, I would read them out and give you the opportunity to respond to them. Absolutely. So the first one is from Vedamurthy Namasivayam. The cost of renewable energy cannot be assessed merely by busbar generation costs. The cost of integrated energy systems which provide continuous and reliable energy with renewable energy need to be assessed. Have you done any studies on the additional costs due to the integration to provide what we call industrial energy? So that's the first question. Are you happy for me to read them all out and then you respond as appropriate? Okay, so the second one is from Samawati. Can you explain why do you think that the current trajectory shows little progress towards reducing global warming? The third question from Vedamurthy Namasivayam, again, in India, the petroleum prices are 100% more than global market prices. What do we mean by fossil fuel subsidies and what are the components of it? Are we saying market prices are not reflecting environmental costs? And how is national government helping in the process of reducing fossil fuel subsidies? And the last question from Samawati again is what do you think of the countries like Indonesia that have abundant fossil fuels, coal, oil and natural gas to mitigate emissions? And what do you think of Indonesia removing fossil fuels? So phasing them out, I'm assuming that means there. So I'll leave those questions with you to start with, Lana, and then we have some raised hands as well, and I'll bring those in afterwards. Okay, so you can remember.
Great. So I'll answer these in the order they came. So firstly, regarding the question on the cost of integrating renewable energy into the system, that's an excellent point. I didn't do an investigation into that in particular. This was mainly a high-level analysis based on what I found from some other economists and things, but that's an excellent point that I should probably touch upon, so I will look onto that. And if there's any resources you'd like to share, I'd be happy to look at them. Secondly, on this question about the trajectory. So this is also an excellent question because things are changing so quickly. So what I mentioned now that the trajectory hasn't changed is based on UNEP's recent emissions gap report. It just came out in December. So they work with a group of scientists and do a full analysis of where the situation stands. And their conclusion was that in spite of this reduction in emissions, there hasn't been significant change to the trajectory. Now, that said, as I mentioned, policies are changing like daily, and some specific countries have actually changed their trajectory, and estimates for emissions are changing. So I think it's certainly possible, but at this moment, I don't see any estimates saying that there's a change to the global warming trajectory. On this question on fossil fuel subsidies, so yeah, this is always a very challenging question because in my view, coming from a social perspective, the intention of the subsidy ideally is to benefit people who need it, to benefit low-income people. So for example, there are subsidies that are specifically directed towards those groups. For example, several countries in Asia have subsidies for cooking gas so that people don't need to use unclean cooking fuels. So in my view, that's a really excellent policy, and that might be using some types of fossil fuels, but it's a valuable policy. But on average, many fossil fuel subsidies are put in place like across the board. They come at different levels of the process. So in some case, it might be directly to consumers. In some case, it might be to the companies producing. It comes in different stages, but effectively, on average, these subsidies benefit large-scale users much more than small-scale users. So in many cases, it's benefiting industry and things more than households, and certainly more than low-income households. That said, I think, if there were to be a removal of a fossil fuel subsidy, ideally, it should come with some kind of social safeguard, whether that's a direct cash transfer or perhaps a delayed rollout for low-income households, something like that. In the case of India, as I see the question was asked, I must say I'm not super familiar with the petroleum prices in India, so I couldn't speak to that specifically. And lastly, and this is another question on the fossil fuel subsidies. So yeah, in the case of Indonesia, that's another case where I know that there are excellent subsidies for clean cooking fuels that I think are very valuable subsidies. So again, I think, in the course of expanding renewables, there can be policies to attempt to basically restructure incentives. Like I said, a lot of this investment will come from the private sector. So the question is, how can we incentivize companies to invest more in cleaner energies, because in many cases they are the big users. So for example, putting a cost on carbon, we see many countries doing that already, and that certainly speaks to the private sector. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much for these responses. I realize I also didn't really invite you to respond to Dr. Lin Chun-Soo's comments. So if there is anything that you would like to say on those, then I would also offer you the floor to do that. And obviously as well to Dr. Lin Chun-Soo to come back if you would like.
Yeah, thank you so much for your comments. They're very helpful, and particularly a couple that I made notes for myself. Discussing more of the broader environmental issues beyond the immediate energy space, because I think that's really important. And again, something that we've seen with COVID, just the sudden clean air in different cities, there's a lot to discuss and explore there. So that's certainly something I'll explore. And also on the discussion of how things are changing, it's quite interesting because as I've been writing this, I've seen several different organizations that come out with different types of analyses, including like a green stimulus index that actually gives a number of how green different stimulus packages are. So it's interesting to see. I think there's several different academic institutions working in this space, and yeah, I'm excited to see these resources.
Thank you very much. Would you like to, please indicate if you would like to come back on anything, Dr. Lin Chun-Soo? If not, I would move to.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
And there's a question as well from Akihisa Mori. Professor Mori, can you put on your camera and your microphone?
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, okay. So I have one comment. So one very simple question and one question comment. One is that can you precisely indicate the source of what you mentioned? Vivid economics. because so you just mentioned so with the economics 2020 and 21, but didn't so shown up the exact title, so we cannot identify. This is a very simple comment. And the second one is that so here so you talk about the differences in kind of green recovery package, and that might some are very the kind of positive, and some countries are not so positive in the green green index. So can you tell us and also include what generate these differences in greenness of or investment in green recovery package or green recovery stimulus? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, so firstly, yes, I was talking about Vivid Economics at Green Stimulus Index, that they're actually updating every couple of months. So it's a great resource for anyone who's interested. I can put that in the chat box after this. And then secondly, so regarding different countries' stimulus packages, there's been different assessments of the green. In my paper, I tried to include a lot of qualitative analysis because the intention is by no means to compare countries or anything like that. And there's also a lot of nuance there because within, for example, the fossil fuel subsidies, the vast majority went to two things. It was aviation industry and subsidies, like for example, some countries gave subsidies to all households without any, environmental target or any kind of safeguard for what they're going to use it for. So that's not necessarily to say that that's a bad policy, but the concept that I'm sort of coming from is that how can we make greening part of everybody's considerations and everything? How for companies can we make sure that when they're making a business decision, environment plays a factor in that? Likewise, when we're making a policy about how to distribute the stimulus, how can we ensure that there is a green lens to that? So how can these policies be attached with different types of safeguards? So a lot of the discussion in the paper is quite qualitative about what specifically is in those policies. And additionally, it looks at both the amount of investment and also the number of policies, because a lot of the green policies are actually the ones that don't have dollar values assigned. For example, bailout packages is usually a very specific value, whereas a net zero commitment, that's a really large commitment, but it might not have a dollar value.
Okay, thank you very much. So there, so please include these detailed argument in the paper, and so provide some recommendation based on these the more detailed discussion, because the recommendation, so we can provide recommendation in a kind of very in a large concept such as removing the subsidy or increase redirect the investment, but without such a social context, recommendation is just a recommendation, just say, no implementation. So to make it more implementable, there, maybe the recommendation should be based on these social or enabling factors or conditions or constraints. That would be very productive for the paper.
Okay, thank you very much to everybody who's asked these very good and interesting questions and made these very interesting comments for this session. Thank you very much to Lana for presenting her paper, and to Dr. Lin Chun Soo for responding. It's very much appreciated. What I would like to do now is move on to the next session where Lana can, so you can stay in the room as a discussant, as it were, and move on to the next part of our session where we have a presentation from David Alenga looking at a public-private partnership grand bargain for the Green Climate Fund. David, I can see that you are there. Can you put on your microphone and camera, please, and share your screen?
Hello, good morning.
I think you are also in the middle of the night in Norway, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. So if I can ask you to share your screen for your
okay.
I will introduce you briefly.
Yeah.
And then I will give you only 10 minutes. We're quite tight on the time, the calculation.
Okay.
Okay, so David Alenga is a research fellow at the Institute of Modern History and Society at the Norwegian University of Science and Technology. And he's currently working on the Fate of Nations project, which is funded by the Research Council of Norway. In the autumn of 2019, he was a visiting scholar at the Harriman Institute at Columbia University, and his research interests include global governance and institutions, sustainable development, the politics of energy transitions, and international security. Okay, David, the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Okay. Hello, good morning, everybody.
The full screen presentation. Can
Yes.
you go on the slideshow, please? Yeah, so we can see.
Yeah, just a second.
I think it should be the one on the far left.
Yes, yes.
The from beginning. If you go up to the top, I can't point on a Zoom call. The top left.
Yeah, I'm not a morning person.
And you can click on from beginning.
Yeah.
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 Great. Okay.
Good, good. Oh no. Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Great.
Yes. Good morning once again. My name is David Alenga, and I'm very excited to be part of our webinar this morning. Sorry, our webinar today. So I'm going to quickly run through, present a quick summary of what my paper is about. And I'll be very excited to get feedback from everybody out there. So to help in the revision of to sharpen my thoughts as we go further. So yes.
David, your microphone's quite inconsistent. I don't know if you need to be a bit closer. You're going very quiet some of the time.
Okay, okay. Just a second. I need to then let me reposition my wheelchair.
Okay.
Yeah. How's it now?
Now it sounds good. Yes, thank you.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. And yeah, just a quick caution. My wheelchair kind of beeps every now and then. So if that happens, just bear with me. All right. Yeah, so I'm discussing the GCF and its relevance to fiscal policies, and the key research question that I've looked at in the paper is addressing the disconnect between ambitions and resources, and I'll attempt to go through a conceptual background of what public-private partnerships are and their relevance to the topic. Then I'll come to this whole thing that called a grand bargain. I'll address specific issues about political questions and governance constraints that are currently at the heart of the Green Climate Fund's mission. Then I'll provide kind of end with the policy outlook for sustaining the grand bargain. Oh, sorry. Yes. So the background from which I'm looking at is beginning in the early 1990s. I'll just take a concept when the United Nations was faced with its major financial crisis, resulting in attempts to be able to, first attempt by then Secretary General Kofi Annan to address the UN's funding crisis by instituting a public-private partnership program with the Department of Office of Partnerships within the UN, which was the broad mandate of a global gateway for catalyzing and building partnership initiative between public and private sector stakeholders. And look, so far the research on the purpose of my paper in many ways is to plug into the role of public entities in the multilateral governance process. The research, if you look at the literature, PPPs are generally, PPPs tend to fall within two categories. You got one side, they're considered, you got a literature that treats them as a hybridization process. And on the other hand, those that look at them as an attempt to transnational, to privatize the transnational governance mechanisms. And also, if you look at, broadly speaking, international organizations have generally been the preserve of nation states. So having the private sector being involved is kind of an innovative, something pretty, a late innovation that wasn't really part of the original political processes of the post-war era to establish these institutions. And one of the key reasons, as I would discuss further, reasons why public-private partnerships for international organizations like the GCF and stuff is basically based on budgetary constraints and pressures to deliver, meeting opportunities. So this broad context also is what I try to sit with the GCF and the current dialogue. And the GCF is basically a very new institution within the family of multilateral organizations, and it's confronted with similar challenges financially. So I'm trying to, situate it within that context and raise questions and see how parallels can be drawn and conclusions made. Yes, and the GCF is the primary multilateral entity of the section of the climate finance architecture and the political mechanisms to deliver the resources needed for low emissions development in the global south. And the key point here, which I've tried to look at within the context of our seminar, is the role of public funding that is required to ensure that the mitigation and adaptation needs of developing country member states of the COP is addressed. Yeah, so I go back again. I put up some the heart of the grand bargain, which is the global north and south divide, going back as far as the Copenhagen conference, where there continues to be questions about who pays the bills and how to reconcile the different positions of the global north and the global south. And again, at its core, it's a question of resource mobilization. Who pays what, and who makes the decisions on how the funds are allocated and for what purpose. And as one of the things I've tried to argue is the global south in particular have their negotiating position as being to have a sort of an institution that is in many ways independent from the traditional donor-centric institutions like the World Bank and the IMF and many of these other funding institutions. And on the question of the governance, again, based on the political questions arising, the governance system, the institution is composed of a board, equal representatives of developing and developed countries. Then we have the governing instrument. The governing instrument, basically the emphasis is on raising public funding from the developed industrialized countries to invest in the developing world. And herein lies the thrust of the questions I've been trying to address. The emphasis is on public, and on the other hand, there's also provisions for the private sector's involvement. And that is a tension that has not been clearly resolved and continues to be played out on the political side, which is global north and south divide. And you have particularly the global south not too keen on having the private sector play a major role in the adaptation and mitigation needs. So it's a tension that we try to see if it can be resolved. And again, it's based within the context of the GCF's own limitations, resource mobilization limitations. And the governance instrument, the governance structure also determines how it's able to respond to the changing landscape of both the international climate finance landscape and specific political constraints that are imposed on the GCF to operate. Yes, and again, I take the issue of the big question of the resource mismatch. Yes, the initial agreement based on the Copenhagen Agreement was to have $100 billion invested from developed public sources in developed countries to be able to go into the mitigation and adaptation needs of developing countries. But the initial resource mobilization of 2014, yes, there was no consensus on exactly how much would go in, and we had about projection of $10 to $15 billion. that came in 2014. And by 2018, just about 30% of that had actually come into, about 30% of the pledge funds hadn't yet come into stream as of 2018. And currently, well, the figures have changed slightly, but we have about 4.6 billion of it. The initial 10 billion has already been expended in projects across 120 countries. And the governing instrument also requires an automatic replenishment to be triggered once 60% of the funds on the books have been expended according to the governing instrument. And again, it was a political debate as to whether the first major replenishment threshold had been reached as of 2019, and the debate still went on. And they had moved in again from 20 to the initial resource mobilization plan of 10 to 15 billion to now projected at 20 to 30 billion, but that could not be realized once again for political factors involved in the United States commitment to meeting all the pledges that it had made on the transition from the Obama White House to the Trump White House had major significant impact on it. And the resource mismatch also begins to play in terms of the nationally determined contributions from we so far see that we will need about $5 trillion in the decade leading up to 2030. So far we are way behind in terms of meeting that benchmark.
I just flagged the time for you. You've got about 2 minutes.
Okay, thanks. And going further, GCF is just about 6% of the global finance, climate finance landscape, and we have about 60% made up of institutional investment. And some of the things I've argued about, the possibilities of working within some private options there in the private sector, include green bonds, which worth about $100 trillion so far. And within the gap, one of the ways that we can streamline it involve the offering market incentives for private sector. And one of the key requirements in the government instrument of the GCF involves ESGs, ESCG disclosures, and that's working. And just a quick recap. Again, the entire thrust of the paper has been to look at the mismatch between the resources and ambition, and to be able to come out with ways that can reconcile the public and private interest to sustain what I sort of call the grand bargain. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. You did very well in the end to meet the time. I realize that the constraints are quite tight, so thanks for that. So I would invite Lana to come in with her comments first of all. I don't know, Lana, if you have a PowerPoint slide you would like to share, or whether you would simply like to comment.
Yep, I have a PowerPoint I can share as well.
Great, okay.
Okay, I think, David, can you stop sharing and then I can share my screen?
Okay, right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay,
great. So
can you see
yeah.
it? Okay.
Yes.
Let me begin by saying that it was a really excellent paper, well written, well researched, and good flow. But what impressed me most is it really brought light to these lesser known and lesser discussed institutional developments, which are so important and so informative to where we stand and to the evolution of political history and of how things develop. I also thought it brought a lot of rich and granular analysis to this space and to why funding institutions and funding mechanisms have developed as they have. So I commend you for covering these really lesser known issues. A few areas that I thought just could be for further consideration in future. One was that I was particularly impressed by all of the data in the paper. I thought it was, brought together a lot of different kinds of data and a lot of different types of information. So I would love to see that visualized a little bit more, whether it's even with just simple graphs. A couple of ideas I had. One thing I particularly liked, as I mentioned, was the description of the evolution of institutions. So I thought something like some kind of a timeline, sort of visualizing the important points there could sort of bring it all together in one visual.
Right.
Or maybe something like a table describing like briefly the different pathways that you discuss in more depth for funding climate resilience. So for example, just having kind of a visual that shows PPPs, multilateral support, and green bonds, maybe like a comparison or something. Another point was, I like that the paper was very high level and it covered a lot. I think a couple of sort of contextual examples could help make it more sort of concrete. So one example I had was there's a lot of discussion of PPPs. So I would love to hear like one specific case of one that was very successful to show sort of a model of what works well. And then the last question I had was just, I was curious whether any, some of the recent events, how they might have impacted investments from what you've seen and how these work. So for example, recent political changes in the US, or whether you're seeing like really changes in light of COVID. But yeah, it was an excellent paper, a great read, highly informative, and I highly recommend it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much, Lana. David, I'll give you time first to come back on those comments if you would like.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, Lana, for your feedback. That's I take them very seriously. But I would also want to sincerely apologize. I just realized, looking through the paper again, I realized that I sent Jacqueline, the draft that I sent Jacqueline was the original instead of the revised. So it kind of mixed up home office and here and there. So I have the revised one in my main office. And that has actually touched on some of the issues you raised, like the recent developments and the COVID, the impact of COVID on current developments. And I am very, I take particularly the issues of the data and the timeline very seriously. I think that's something that I would really want to seriously consider in making the final revisions. And I've also put in, the revision that I made has got some examples of, examples of PPPs, but most of them, the difference is that most of them, I've just used them on the country level. And I don't have them on the big, giant institutional level. So that's a good point I would have to explore. But right at the top of my head, I can think of a few other examples, maybe from the World Bank. The World Bank has had a little track record of that, but not in the area of sustainable development. So that's something I would really want to dig further into. Thanks very much. Highly appreciate that. Thank you once again.
Okay, thank you very much for these excellent comments and responses and the presentation. I'd like to go on to questions and answers then. And we have one from Dr. Aline Halimata-Sadia. Aline, you want to come in?
Yeah.
Put on your... There we are.
Thank you, Jackie. I would like to ask to David, I have two issues. First is about the position or the role of national accredited entities. Yeah. As I understand, most of the fund of GCF channeled through the multinational accredited entity. Even though we know GCF has an affirmative action to allocate fund to national accredited entity in terms of dedicated allocated fund, but I don't think it is really helped to accelerate the funding to the national accredited entity. I suggest the problem is the capacity of national accredited entity to develop this good project. I want to know your opinion about how to overcome this problem, because it may be related to the ownership also of the project. The second is about uncertainty of the time, in getting accreditation for national accredited entity, and also the project assessment. For getting accreditation to become national accredited entity, we need a long time, and now the queue is become longer as many national accredited entity candidate apply. Do you consider this as the barrier to entry for national agent to participate in getting fund from GCF? And about the time for project assessment, the problem is the same. The queue become longer also, and the qualification or standard of the proposal is very high compared to the most common proposal for developing countries. And sometimes it become the project risk that may become, the cost of fund become higher. And what do you think about this? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
I'll let you come back on that, David, and then I'll collect any more questions. So
Okay. Yeah. Those very fantastic observations that you've made about the internal workings of the GCF. And that again has got a whole lot to do with the governance mechanism. And those all the issues you've listed are in fact exactly the sort of internal debate that continues to go on within the board. And like the issue of the accredited agencies, as far back as not too long ago in 2018, the board actually came to a standstill because they could not agree on the timeline and the structure and the framework. On the one hand, you got one part of the board which repeatedly wants to focus so much on the quality of the projects. And one of the conditions that was actually outlined that divided the board in the first replenishment process was it was a section of the board that called for a review of all projects to be able to determine whether or not things have been viable and whether to proceed on the same trajectory. And another side of the board that did not necessarily agree with that. And again, it's like the standards and the standards are kind of not well defined and the structures continue to evolve. And I can understand that given that it's just a very young institution, barely 6 or 7 years old. So it's still part of the learning processes. And these are a lot of the issues you've raised all play out in terms of the governance questions. And it's still also often divided, placed along the divide, the global south and the global north, how to converge in terms of these. But thank you very much. That's a very good and interesting observation.
Okay, thank you for your response. Okay, thanks, Jackie.
okay, thank you. Are there any more questions either from the panelists or the attendees? I think I would have one small question perhaps. From the perspective of the book and thinking about really developing kind of a bridge between more academic research and looking actually at policy, what would your, we can see that there's this mismatch at the moment. If you could take that forward, what would your recommendations be for the steps that would need to be taken for this situation to improve?
Yes.
You see easy opportunities, let's say, low-hanging fruits to improve the way that the GCF operates now.
Yes. I think the low-hanging fruits, the most immediate one is to come up with reforms about increase efficiency in terms of the project review process for developing countries. Like the last comment I talked about, there's a huge backlog of projects that are waiting to be reviewed and executed. And and so far the focus has been on broadly analyzing questions about how the organization should run, but the focus should really be on getting addressing the urgent questions on the ground, especially for developing countries that do not have the structure, do not have the policy. And many are still actually in the process of even like most developing countries don't even have the resources to be able to assess their mitigation and adaptation needs. So it's still an ongoing process. So if the standard is raised really very high, it may not necessarily play out very well. And the GCF can also provide technical support, offering technical support to developing countries to be able to provide a very good review of their mitigation and adaptation needs, rather than, so there has to be a kind of comprehensive balance and sort of meeting each other halfway. So that's just the general scope. And one of the comments I got in the early draft was to provide specific policy proposals, which I think speaks to the question you just asked. And I've tried to incorporate all of that also in the revised draft. Yeah, so thanks very much.
Great, thank you very much. We're almost, if there are no more questions, I'm just checking, there's nothing in the Q&A, and I think there are no hands raised, unless someone corrects me. So I think I would thank you, David and Lana, and Dr. Lin Shunsu for your contributions here. That was a section that we have for this part of the day, looking at book chapters. And now we would move on to a country case again. We have the case of Cambodia to be presented. And that's going to be presented by Mr. Kee Sok-Kim, who's the Deputy Director of the General Department of Policy for Cambodia. So, okay, I can see that you have your camera on. Mr. Sok-Kim, if you have slides to share, it would be wonderful if you can put them up on the screen, and then I will introduce you
yes.
and give you the floor. So Mr. Sok-Kim Kee obtained his bachelor's degree in economics from China and a master's in finance from Australia. He started his career as an economist at the Ministry of Economy and Finance in 2014, and he's now Deputy Director of Macroeconomic and Fiscal Policy. And his areas of expertise include economic policy analysis and formulation, macroeconomic and fiscal forecasting and scenario analysis, monitoring and evaluation of national policy implementation, as well as tax policy and administration analysis and design. So we are very interested to hear your presentation and your contributions. The floor is yours. I would ask you to try and keep to 10 minutes if possible, so we have time for the Q&A session afterwards. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the kind introduction. And very good morning from Cambodia. Distinguished speakers, panelists, moderator, excellency, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, my name is Sok-Kim Kee. I'm the Deputy Director of the General Department of Policy, Ministry of Economy and Finance of Cambodia. So since this 3-day webinar focused on the fiscal policy and the green development, so I would like to share with you as well about Cambodia's fiscal policy and initiative in green development. So my presentation will have 4 main points. So we'll start with the key policy document, which is the rectangular strategy for 2019 and 2023, which provide a key policy direction and objective. Then I will talk about the revenue side of our fiscal policy, and then the expenditure side of the fiscal policy as well. And last but not least is our comprehensive and robust plan to cope with the COVID-19 after this pandemic. So let's straight to the point. So normally in Cambodia, every mandate government, we formulate the rectangular strategy. So currently it's phase 4 for 2019 to 2023 for the current mandate government. So there are 4 main rectangles, which represent 4 main strategic objectives of the government in this 5-year mandate. So the first one is about the human resource development. Second is economic diversification. Third is the promotion of private sector development and job creation. And last but not least is the inclusive and sustainable development, which link to the green development. So I just want to highlight that these 4 rectangles are interconnected and also complementary in nature. So the first 3 will ultimately contribute to the realization of the rectangular goal 4, inclusive and sustainable development. So these 4 dimensions guide our fiscal policy stand and direction. So here are just a few key policy measures under the inclusive and sustainable development. So the first dimension is about sustainable management of the natural resource and culture, in which we are implementing the national policy on mineral resources 2018-2028. And another dimension is to ensure the sustainable environmental sustainability and preemptive response to the climate change. As earlier speaker had already mentioned, that the climate change is an emerging issue and also put a worry to government around the globe. So Cambodia has been doing their own stake in implementing some of the key strategic plans, such as the National Strategic Plan on Green Growth 2013-2030, the Cambodia Climate Change Strategic Plan, and also the National Environment Strategy and Action Plan. And last but not least, we also promote the usage of the environmental friendly and climate friendly technology in our physical infrastructure and socio-economic development. Let me give 2 examples which illustrate how the government can promote this kind of usage of such technologies. So one is that we lower the tax for the solar panel import to promote the adoption of the rooftop solar by industry and household user. And second, we also lower the tax for the environmental friendly vehicle so that to reduce the pollution and also contribute to the climate change. So next I will talk about the revenue side of our fiscal policy. So with the success of, the revenue mobilization strategy phase 1 for 2014 and 2018, we have mobilized our domestic resource, the revenue, that our tax revenue has, increased by 1.5 percentage point GDP per year. This is 3 times more than our target of 0.5 percentage points, which bring our tax revenue to, in percentage GDP, to around 19%, which is on par with regional peers. So with this success, we introduced the second phase of revenue mobilization strategy, phase 2, for 2019 to 2023. So there are 4 dimensions that this strategy focuses on. So first is to ensure the sustainable economic growth. So how are we going to ensure this one? So we introduced some tax policy to tax the externalities such as pollution and demerit goods. And also we provide tax incentive for green energy and environmental protection. So the second dimension is to collect revenue at the optimal levels, which means we balance between the revenue collection with the sustainability of economic and also environmental aspect. And the third principle is to ensure the fairness or the level playing field for the business doing business in Cambodia. And last but not least is to ensure the social equity, while we introduce the progressive income tax to lower the burden of the tax on the low-income family. And also we raise the tax for luxury goods so that we can redistribute the wealth to our population. So next I will talk on the expenditure side of the government. So currently we are undergoing the public financial management reform, stage 3 in 2016 and 2020, which focuses on the budget policy linkages. So the policy tool is that we use the program budgeting to realize the objective. So the program budgeting will be built based on the policy direction set by each line ministry with the required budget support. So this will help to ensure the effective and efficient implementation of the policy priorities set by the government. So in this slide, I just highlight just 4 key ministries that are high relevance with today's topics. So one is Ministry of Environment with the core mandate of environmental protection and national resource management and conservation. So the ministry also established the National Council for Sustainable Development to help coordinate the various initiatives from different line ministries in protecting the environment. Second ministry, Ministry of Mines and Energy, also play a very important role in managing and developing the mines and energy sectors. So I would like to give 2 examples on the energy sector development, which is the topic that previous speaker already mentioned and very important. So one is that currently we are in the process of promoting more renewable energy, not including hydro, just solar, wind, and biomass. So in 2018, the share of renewable energy in Cambodia is less than 1%. Within 2 years, we increased to more than 8% of the total energy mix. And we expect to see more of renewable energy integration into our energy mix in the upcoming power development plan for 2021 to 2040, which is under the technical support by the ADB as well. So the second policy that I think very relevant, also important, is the energy efficiency policy, which will cover industry, building, and transportation sectors. The objective is to lower the energy intensity in our economy. So currently, there are 2 technical support by the ADB and UNDP to accelerate the adoption and implementation of this policy. So the next 2 ministries, the Ministry of Public Works and Transport, they focus more on the urban infrastructure, and Ministry of Rural Development focus on rural infrastructures. So currently, both ministries also, adopt the concept of green development while using more environmental friendly, such as using the solar street lighting instead of the connecting to the national grid. So
can I remind you of the time?
Yes.
We're getting close to 2 minutes left, I would say.
Yes, thank you very much. So this is my last slide, which is also the most important one, is direction going forward for 2021 to 2023. As you may know that our economy experienced a slump, a negative growth in 2020, and we expect a recovery in 2021 onward, but with a slower speed and lower level compared with the pre-crisis period. So the government has prepared a post-COVID-19 economic recovery plan to stimulate and to boost the growth after the pandemic. So how are we going to do this? We do this by three-pronged approach. So the first one is the revival and survival to ensure that the business affected can operate being afloat. So the main focus, I will highlight just the part that linked with today's topic, is that we will increase the investment infrastructure in energy, digital, and transportation to enhance the connectivity and competitiveness over the medium term to long term. So how we're going to achieve this? As there are two initiatives that we are doing. So one is we will accelerate the adoption of the new investment law, which provide more tax incentive for the green and environmental protection investment, and also other high value added sectors. And second is we are introducing a relevant policy and easing the regulatory constraint on the energy sector, particularly on the renewable energy integration into energy mix, promoting the rooftop solar by the industry and household user. And last but not least is the energy efficiency policy to be on board soon. And the second approach is the build resilient, which is to maintain the livelihood of our citizens. So we will upgrade infrastructure toward a green and sustainable economic development. And last but not least approach is to continue the reform, especially in the public governance and business environment. So my presentation ends here, and next, Excellency Panterong, our Undersecretary of State, will elaborate more on the key policy priority by the government. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much as well for keeping to the time. Then I would invite His Excellency Panterong to take the floor.
Thank you very much, moderator. Thank you, Kim, for your presentation. I will highlight 2 or 3 points to address the issue response to the topic of today or 3 days forums. Number 1 is about the government's National Strategic Development Plan 2019 to 2023. This was reformulated, based on the rectangular strategies. And this national strategic plans, ensure also, although it's a 5-year plan, but will pave the ground for the 2030s vision of Cambodia, as well as to support the implementation of SDG as well. So point 2, for the last 2 or 3 years, the government have adopted several strategies, such as the renewable mobilization strategies already mentioned by colleagues. Kim, public investment management system reform strategies. Another one is about our public debt management strategies. So the 2 strategies, especially the public investment and management system reform strategies and debt management strategies 2019-2023, will help the government to develop, to support the process of development on the, especially to support our green development. There are many principles in those two strategies. I would not mention in detail here, but all those principles are supporting the governments to implement the green development. Point 2 about the revenue mobilization strategies. One of the thing that perhaps my colleague forgot to mention is about, you see, the taxation on the plastics bag. That is also support the green development also, you see. Another point is about green budgeting. The green budget, you see, one of the a few of them is already mentioned by my colleagues, Sokim, you see, renewables energy. But I would like to add one more point is about the preparation. Currently, we are preparing the policy framework on development of the government securities. Maybe some of the forum members are aware that Cambodia, so far we do not have any government securities issuance yet. So we are preparing now the framework, a policy framework on development of government securities, which may include also, you see, the green bonds issuance as well, one of them. So I stop here and then we'll open the floor for Q&A. Thank you very much, Madam moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these really interesting additional comments. Mr. Key, can I ask you to stop sharing your screen and then we can open the floor for discussion and questions? Perhaps while others are thinking about their questions, I would like to ask, I'm very interested in work on green fiscal policy. This is my specialization. So if I may, I would like to ask, it's very interesting to hear you introduced a tax on plastics. It would be interesting to hear a little more about that, if that's possible, the tax base, what the tax is levied on. And also to hear, clearly all the countries we are discussing at the moment are coming through and attempting to think about how to drive a recovery, hopefully a green, sustainable recovery, and to move on to a low carbon development trajectory. I'm wondering whether in Cambodia, what kind of thinking went into the recovery package and whether that includes green fiscal instruments, most of all, whether there was a consideration there. Mr. Sokim Key talked about some lower tax rates on particular goods, whether there was any discussion about introducing higher taxes on fossil fuels, for example, as they did in India. Yeah, so that would be my two very brief questions, if I may.
Thank you. So I will touch on the tax on plastics, but my colleague also can add in detail if I could not elaborate in detail. I think this policy has been introduced in 2017, sorry. So by, you see, imposing the additional cost to the plastics that they sell goods in supermarkets. So by adding 0.1 US dollar to each plastic. So this is additional revenue for the government, and also you see discourage the use of the plastic bag for the purpose of green environment. So this budget has been, this revenue has been, you see, transferred to the government's account, and most of them, you see, requested by Ministry of Environment to use for the purpose of, you see, green environment objectives. So I don't know whether colleagues Sokim can elaborate any other points of the question.
Okay, thank you very much, Excellency. So on the plastic tax, I don't have much to add on. It's what Excellency has raised already comprehensive. I would like to respond quickly about the second question on the tax on fossil fuel. as far as I know, we haven't had any, tax on this yet. But instead, we are doing energy transition from relying on the fossil fuel to more renewable, while the formulation of power development plan for the next 20 years, which I already mentioned, supported by the ADB and UNDP. So, and another thing is on the transportation, we're also doing some fiscal incentive, which is tax incentive to promote the assemble and the use of environmental friendly vehicle in Cambodia. Also to replace the import and also to increase the use of new vehicle and also the environmental friendly vehicle. Over the long term, maybe in the next 10 or 20 years, we'll move to the electric vehicles. So this will largely contribute to the environmental protection. So this is what I have for your question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for these answers. I would invite others to ask questions as well. I see actually there's one in the Q&A, so I will read that out. But please, nobody hesitate to raise your hand. Okay, what I have here is a question from Fiscal Kestem, and he says, what's the key policy in promoting such huge progress on the increase of energy mix for renewables in Cambodia? Yes, this is a very interesting question. Do wind and solar play an important role? And does it impact on generation costs and further burdening of people regarding electricity tariffs?
I will start first, then my colleagues will add, something will add more. Before answering to this, I'll go back to the environmental issue. Not only you see the tax on the thing or goods that have adverse impact on environment, but the safeguard policy, you see rule regulations for environmental protections have been applied, have been enforced for the public investment project as well as the FDI, foreign direct investment as well. So just in addition to the policy measure or tax policy measures on the green environment. For this particular sector, you see most of the stakeholders in Cambodia acknowledge that the electricity tariff in Cambodia is less competitive compared to the region. For those, you see, we have hydro power projects, few or many. In Cambodia, the size we think it's many hydro projects have been put into implementation through a PPP modalities, public-private partnership modalities. And solar and others renewable energies will play also very important role to reduce our electricity tariff. One example, national solar park projects. You see, we did, I think last year or year before last year, I forgot whether 2019 or 2020, maybe 2019. Through a competitive bidding process, you see the tariff, I think it's well known of the region or in the world also. It was brought out to the EDCF Paris Forum as well, this project, the National Solar Park projects. You see, after the bidding, the tariff was very low compared to others in the countries and also in the region. So that's why you see solar parks, you see solar projects play important role to reduce the electricity tariff for other countries. So Kim, I stop here. You have any knowledge about the wind, you see, and other biomass, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Excellency. I would like to add just the 3 points to respond to the question and to add on what Excellency mentioned. Yes, I think the key policy that can drive the increase of renewable energies is mainly increase in solar. Just to clarify, for wind in Cambodia, there's potential, but not much compared with solar. And currently it's still in the study phase, and we hope that we will get some wind project on board in the next few years. So the reason that solar increased that much is, I think, two main reasons. One is the abundant source of solar and the improvements in technology that make it feasible economically and technically. And second is the levelized cost of solar is getting cheaper and cheaper, especially over the last 2 years. And last year, recently we get the PPA on solar, which is the cheapest one, just around 3 cents under the ADB project as well. So this is the cheapest in the region. They break the record. And the last question about the impact on the tariff. Yeah, actually, over the last 2 years, in 2019, 2020, we have introduced a lot of measures to help reduce the electricity costs for our industry and household. So in 2019 and 2020, the tariff for industry user has declined, reduced by around 10 or 15% over the last 2 years. And this also contributed to lower cost of solar as well.
I think we lost you there. Sorry. I think perhaps we lost the very end of your contribution there. But thank you very much for your really interesting presentation and for these comments now. So Your Excellency Tirongpen, and as well to Mr. Sokim Ki. We'd like to thank you very much. There is actually another question in the chat, which perhaps you could answer by typing into the chat box, because we have to move on to the next session so that we don't lose too much time for the end of the session. So thank you everyone for your questions and comments. For you representing Cambodia. It was really interesting to hear the case. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency Mr. Tirongpen. We appreciate that you spare your time to us today. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Jackie, for managing the session and your effort to manage the time properly. So because we are behind the schedule, maybe we will skip the intermission session. So we will move to the next session. And thank you all for staying in this webinar. We will start the 5th session. I would like to introduce Ibu Nela, who will become the chair of this session. Thank you, Bu Nela, for still being able to be the chair of this session despite your tasks in managing this seminar. So Ibu Nela Sri Hendriati now serve as a senior capacity building and training economist at ADBI. Prior to joining ADBI, she served as the deputy director for the G20 Forum at the Fiscal Policy Agency, Ministry of Finance, Indonesia from 2016 until 2019. She also was a senior compliance officer in the Indonesia Financial Intelligence Unit, or PPATK, from 2005 to 2010, and then also have the experience also in the OJK, Financial Service Authority. She holds a PhD in economics from Victoria University, Melbourne, Australia, and MSc in finance from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, United States. Bu Nela, time is yours.
Thank you, Bu Alin, for the kind introduction. Good afternoon to all of you. So welcome to session 5, Green Financial Instrument and Fiscal Incentive, Opportunities and Limitation. And we are in the part 2. And then you already know my name. I serve your moderator today. So as you listen and involved in the discussion since yesterday, we have the background how the fiscal regime and policies in country will significantly affect their sustainable development. And we also discuss about the transition toward low carbon energy, carbon emission, carbon tax. And then in the previous session, we have like a very fruitful discussion about financing aspects such as PPP. And I think we also have a interesting presentation from Cambodia about the development trajectory in sustainable development in Cambodia. So now we continue our session. This continuance from the previous session that's about financial instrument. So our first speaker here will be Ms. Misrina Kuratuain. She's a junior banking supervisor specialized in credit and financial conglomeration at Indonesian Financial Service Authority, OJK. She has her bachelor degree in economics at University of Indonesia. She started her early career as research associate in Institute for Economic and Social Research, Faculty of Economics, University of Indonesia, that's LPAM, and has several experience, particularly in macroeconomics, financial sector, infrastructure, and commodities. Today, she will talk about carbon tax adoption pathway to green Indonesia. So I think without further ado, I'll give the floor to Ms. Misrina, please.
Thank you, Bu Nela. Can you hear my voice clearly?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm trying to present. Okay, perhaps my screen is clear now. Okay, so hi, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity. I am Nisrina, and today, on behalf of my colleagues, I'm going to present to you our study entitled Carbon Tax Adoption Pathway to Green Indonesia. This study will go as follows. It consists of 4 main parts. The first is introduction. In this part, we will explain you briefly why we raised this issue. The second one is our proposed carbon tax design, which in this section, we will explain our tax base and industry who becomes the taxpayers, the tax rate calculation that we propose, and also the use of the tax revenue. Third, we are going to talk about how we achieve the sustainable carbon tax implementation, and last is our conclusion. Okay, Indonesia, along with other countries, has committed to reduce greenhouse gases emissions by ratifying and joining Paris Agreement in 2015. However, our emission forecast is expected to be greater than our nationally determined contribution or NDC level. Why? One of the main issues is because we still rely heavily on the use of fossil fuels. To overcome these climate issues, we believe that government intervention still plays a significant role, and somehow such a policy instrument is required. Although there are various instrument policies available, in our opinion, carbon tax is still the most appropriate instrument that could be implemented in Indonesia. Why? Because compared to other carbon market instruments, such as we know that there exists emission trading system or ETS, our market is quite not familiar to participate in that carbon market instrument. Okay, next. First, we define who will become our taxpayers in the first place. By breaking down all the carbon pollution sources, we decide to impose carbon tax in energy sector, which is focusing on coal industry, since it is the largest emitter compared to other sector. We choose to impose tax in coal industry that also reflects an upstream point in the supply chain because it has a broad coverage and fewer collection points. Since the players are easy to monitor and to make sure that the fairness is well achieved, we decide to impose coal tax to all coal companies in Indonesia. Next, we are going to elaborate how we set the effective tax rate. We know that compared to other basic approaches to setting the tax rate, SCC or social cost of carbon has a plus point. That is, it could effectively reflect the ideal tax rate since it captures carbon emissions externalities. We realize that the calculation of SCC is quite complex. So to put in short, SCC which we refer to marginal ACC here, is the cost in monetary value of the damage by emitting another additional 1 ton of carbon at some point of time. But in the study, we don't use that marginal ACC. We specifically use average ACC instead of that marginal one because of several reasons. First, it is more useful for policy since it doesn't gradually increase over time. Second, it is also more transparent since it's using assumptions that rely on experts' opinion, and it is less sensitive to the choice of this country. The concept of average ACC is basically derived from total benefits that are generated from emissions reduction. The benefit that we refer here reflects the present value of from flow of benefits that we get after eliminating climate change impact. By reducing emissions, for example, we can eliminate a certain number of outcomes to happen, which are probabilities of GDP reduction. That we got it from using probabilities from experts' surveys that we cited from Pindike. Emission reductions here reflect the amount of emissions required to reduce to achieve certain level of benefits. We want to also explain that the first average ACC was particularly firstly introduced by Pindike to calculate possibility impact of global damage. But in this study, we try to estimate ACC calculation to set a tax rate for a single country, that in this case is Indonesia. We also adopt several steps and assumptions from Pindike to result in our carbon tax rate estimation. Next, we go further to variables and assumptions of average ACC calculations. We firstly need to define some country-specific variables. We use the year of 2017 as a proxy to define GDP, emission level, and per capita GDP growth. Meanwhile, for the social discount rate, we refer to empirical estimates of social rate of time preference, or SRTP, that we got from ADB study in 2007. Using the data and assumptions, we now get the rate of SCC equals to around 542,000 rupiah, or it is equivalent to around $37 for each ton of carbon dioxide. But since our objective is focused to calculate average SCC only for coal emissions, we derive the carbon SCC rate proportionately to carbon emissions contribution in Indonesia, which is amounting to around 40% of emissions. Thus, we then get around 217,000 rupiah, or it is equivalent to $15 for each ton of carbon dioxide from coal emissions only. Then, the question would be, what will we do with our revenue? We estimate that our carbon tax would have around 0.87% to our total GDP. The revenue raised will be used to finance additional social assistance and climate change mitigation programs. We need to allocate the revenue for a social assistance program to compensate the regressive impacts that might result of this policy to low-income households. Moreover, we need to spend more on climate change mitigation program because our funding for climate change mitigation is limited. We notice that nobody likes tax. Nobody wants their money to be taken out, right? We see that resistance and a law of public support might be potentially exist, and somehow it might be a challenge. Therefore, we need support from every stakeholder involved in this area. Not only that, we also have to make sure that carbon tax policy here could be more politically attractive. So transparency to public would play a crucial role. So let me recap. We propose a carbon tax design, particularly for upstream coal industries, since they play a big role to our total energy production. And the fact is, energy sector still becomes the highest pollutant in Indonesia. With the approach of average SCC, we set our carbon tax rate to 216,000 rupiah for each ton of carbon dioxide. The tax collection then will then be disbursed for social assistance program and also the climate change mitigation. To impose such a carbon tax, there might be possibilities that we got resistance from particular parties. Therefore, we also need to have an extra strategy and commitment to address these issues. We realize that to get the right policy, it needs an extraordinary effort. Therefore, further research to improve and develop the formulation of a carbon policy instrument is necessary. I think that's all from us. All questions and discussions are very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Nisrina. I think you very right in time. I mean, like 10 minutes. So yeah, I saw some hands, Ibu Suska, but I will give the floor to our discussant first, Mr. Gopal Sarangi, the Assistant Professor, Terry School of Advanced Studies, New Delhi, India. So I don't have to give you the comprehensive introduction for him because yesterday we already know him from yesterday presentation. I think Mr. Sarangi, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I hope that I'm audible.
Yes,
I request Swati to upload the PPT. If she could help me on that, that would be good.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you once again. Thanks for giving me this opportunity to be acting as a discussant for this. I see this is a very, very interesting paper in the context of Indonesia introducing the carbon tax. And what I see essentially is that this paper has two prime objectives. One is basically to design the carbon tax for Indonesia. Second one is also to looking at the implications, the distributional implications of the carbon tax. Next, please. Next slide, please. So if you look at the key takeaways from this paper, it starts by arguing that the fiscal policy space has the room to create new fiscal instruments in terms of imposition and introduction of carbon tax. So this paper essentially is trying to design the carbon tax, as I said earlier, and also trying to look at the distributional implications of the tax. So it essentially identifies the potential taxpayers, what would be the optimal tax rate, what would be the use of revenues so that the society gets maximum benefit given that the tax revenue gets collected. For analytical purposes, the paper uses both qualitative and quantitative methods. Qualitatively, it carries out an extensive review of several other countries, and particularly I found that they have also carried out a survey in Indian context, looking at the tax, particularly the carbon tax, not exactly the carbon tax, rather a cess being imposed in the coal. I also work on that, so I excited looking at that particular part. And then also it primarily relying and adapting the model which has been proposed by Robert Mendiak in 2016 paper for the analytical purposes. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So it interestingly argues that in the no, not this one, earlier one, please, earlier one, yeah. Before that, before this one, yes, yes. So it argues that if you look at the supply chain of the energy sector, it talks about the tax should be levied on the upstream sector, particularly on the coal, and it applies the social carbon principle basically to assess the carbon tax rate. It finds the optimal use of carbon tax revenue, and these are essentially the key takeaways from the paper. And there are a few observations. As I said, this paper is really interesting, only needs to be fine-tuned a little bit. Next slide, please. So what I see is that it would be better if you clearly spell out the objectives in the introduction section, which is not clearly highlighting what are the key objectives of this paper. So it would be better to bring more clarity on that. I also find that the social cost of carbon emission is used extensively as a theoretical background to design the tax rate, finding the optimal tax rates like that. So in that context, I would suggest that it would be better if you introduce a section specifically on the theoretical background of the social cost of carbon emissions. And that would basically strengthen the arguments that are brought in terms of implementing that in calculating the tax rate. Next slide, please. Yes. So I also was little confused to look at, for instance, you were talking about you have employed experts solicitation method. Experts are interviewed to find out the probability of a GDP reduction due to climate change. So it would be better if you provide little more clarity on the expert survey. How many experts were interviewed? What were the nature and type of experts that are interviewed? Would be very helpful. It also assumes that Indonesia's probability follows the same probability as the world's expert survey. So the question is that, is it logical if you look at the Indonesian context? So is it possible that you can actually, in order to do that, my suggestion would be to carry out sensitivity analysis for major assumptions like consideration of physical impacts, for evaluation of damages, this rates. We have only taken one value. Is it possible that you can increase or decrease the values and find out what would be the optimal tax rate? So these are essentially the key points that I'd like to highlight as part of the discussion of this paper. I enjoyed reading this paper, and there are a few minor comments like equations can be numbered so that it becomes easier for the readers to follow it easily and keep track of what is happening. Otherwise, I think this paper is really, really interesting. It only requires a little bit of fine tuning and probably one section on the theoretical background on the social carbon emissions, and also on the sensitivity analysis would definitely strengthen it further and would have major policy implications. Thank you once again. I don't have anything else here. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to read this paper, and I really, really enjoyed reading this paper. Thank you once again to all the authors who have contributed and strengthened this paper. Thanks once again.
Thank you, Professor Sarangi. I think I will give the floor to Ms. Nisrina to address Professor Sarangi feedback.
Thank you, Dr. Nella. Perhaps before going to discussion and Q&A session, if it's okay, I want to also invite my co-authors. Here along with us, we have Agum, Dinda, and also Hendro. Perhaps if they want to address some issues or answer to particular questions from the audience, it would be possible.
Yes. So you want us to go to audience directly before you address it?
No, but if perhaps my co-authors want to have information, yeah.
Yes, okay. Yes.
Okay, so first of all, we would like to thank you, Mr. Professor Sarangi, for your comments, feedbacks, and also the questions. We see that what you commented to our paper is clearly the limitation that we realize. For example, that you mentioned that we use the Pindike's surveys of experts to as a foundations of our study, because we see here that Pindike surveys already accounted for global experts' opinion, that we think that okay, it would be possible if we try to derive that answers to Indonesia's to the case of Indonesia. But yeah, we also noticed that to get the better idea of this study, it would be better if we try to survey all the experts' opinion to the context only for Indonesia. So perhaps that would be a good comment for further study. And we notice also that the theoretical groundings for SCC is still limited. So perhaps the explanations of the SCC would be elaborated soon in our revised paper. perhaps my co-authors want to address or want to add some informations to the SCC matters? Or Mr. Sarangi, do you have feedbacks again?
Professor Sarangi, okay, I
No,
think.
thank you, Dr. Nella. Yeah, there is no other points from my end. Thank you, Dr. Nella. Thank you, Nisrin, for this.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Sarangi. We have a lot of, we have some question and answer, and I saw one raised hand from Ibu Suska. So I think I will give the floor to Ibu Suska first. Yeah.
Thank you, Bunela. It's very interesting paper. I want to ask several questions about the policy. I mean, I will not talk about the methodology, but I think if you recommend the carbon tax in this paper, have you considered the existing tax policy in this matter especially for the coal? Because as you may know, with the new recent law of job creation, the coal became an object of VAT. So then also the coal mining should pay royalty to the government. I think you may consider about what it will this existing tax policy or other revenue policy to this like you recommend the price of carbon tax for each tons of coal CO2 emission from the coal. And also you may also want to consider that the coal is the main source of the our national or public electricity company for its power plant. So I think that's all my comment. Thank you, Bunela.
Thank you, Bu Suska. Ms. Nisrina, do you want to address that, or your co-author want to answer?
I think maybe Agung or Hendra would address these issues.
Okay, thank you, Nisrina, for the opportunity, and thank you, Bu Siska, for the question. Can you all hear my voice?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Okay. I want to answer Bu Siska's question about the first one is, have we considered the existing policy on coal? First of all, we propose this this carbon tax to be implemented in 2022 because we believe that in current year in 2021 is the year of recovery. So we believe that coal industry need to have a recovery momentum first before we implement this policy. I think that's it. And Bu Siska also said that coal is the main source of national electric power plant. Yes, that is correct, and that is also why coal is the main source of our GHG emission. And I think if we don't like giving some cost to them, to the producer, I think they will not have any incentive to have transition to renewable energy, or to have transition to more to less to more green production. And I think this is one of our proposed ideas to make them so they can have a production method then maybe giving less GHG emission, or maybe they can have another resource to source our electric power plant. And I think that's it for me. Maybe my other co-authors have any, you want to add any other answer? Thank you. Maybe Agung or Dinda.
I think if not, you have I mean, your presentation is very interesting and invite a lot of questions. So I will. I think it's better we bring like some question to first. So I'm not gonna, so I try to group the questions. So I will read the question that may be more macro. Here I have Dwi Pangestu Ramadhani. Does this research consider the macroeconomic impacts from implementing this level of carbon price? And then I will bring the question from Vedamurti Namasivayam. Carbon tax on coal will help increase the share of gas in the energy mix. This may impact foreign exchange reserves and economic stability. What are implications of replacing one fossil fuel with another? Also, overall energy cost raise will impact the economic growth as well as distributional implication. Have you done any studies in this regard? And then I think this also connect to Pei Fun Lim. Indonesian manufacturing companies mainly fossil fuel dependent. Increasing or introducing carbon tax will have impact on the export competitiveness of this industry. When calculating the effective carbon tax, do you also count the potential GDP loss from this? I think, yeah, if you can address that three questions first.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nella. Perhaps I would answer the first questions related to the considerations of macroeconomic impact in designing this policy. So perhaps we want to address that what we write in our paper is actually the concept that could be potentially be implemented in Indonesia. So about the macroeconomics impact, how much it reduces impact to loss in GDP and etc. We haven't yet quantified it in a number of in monetary value and etc. So perhaps, but we have linked what particular issues that might come after implementing this kind of policy, that is carbon tax. We noticed that in the downstream area it might affect the end consumers, like the increase in price from the upstream coal industry that we tax, but how much we haven't yet calculated it, because we still have enormous assumption that should be clearly stated first. Okay, I think that's from me, and perhaps Gong want to add some information about the macroeconomics impact or the impacts to our exports, since we also noticed that coal industry is still one of the main contributors to our our economy.
Thank you, Nisrina. Just like to add some answers. So in our paper's goal is trying to answer how to reduce the emissions by using the carbon tax instrument. We realize that there is no the ideal policies or the ideal solution that can serve all interests. For instance, we can save the coal industries without hurting the industries, as at the same time as we're trying to reduce the amount of emissions, the total emissions emitted in Indonesia. So we're trying to find the common ground in a way that first we can actually reduce the emissions, but in a way that we do not hurt that much to the coal industries. If you ask, does the policy could possibly harm the coal industries? The answer would be yes, there's a possibility it will happen. But then if we want to reduce the emissions, we cannot simply say we do nothing. We do other options, saying that we can do reduce emissions with implementing other instruments, because the only way to have a clean or a green Indonesia, I think the way is only to reducing the emissions. Following that logic, I think, yeah, we need to reduce the emission emitted by the coal industries. But then how the negative consequences to poor people, for example, as coal is the main source for our electricity, right? Hypothetically, if this policy is implemented and the electricity prices goes up and also other food prices, things like that goes up, we think the group, the income group that would be severely damaged with this kind of policy is the poor ones. Therefore, in our paper, we suggest that the government would allocate some portion from this revenue raised to help these low-income households. We say that to compensate the regressive impacts on it, but then how much would it be? Then it will need to carry out further research on that topic. I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Agung. I think you all also answered a question from Fiscal KSDM. So I think I have some interesting one from, but you need to answer in 1 minute. In Indonesian omnibus job creation law, there is a shifting tax regulation on coal from not being subject to VAT to being subject to VAT. What do you think of this? Will the VAT opposite against the carbon tax design, or is the carbon tax design is only additional tax with no direct impact to the VAT on coal policy? For the tax rate, is it possible if there is a differentiation on the tax rate for certain corporations? Oh, I think that's similar to Ibu Suska's question, but maybe you can answer that in 30 seconds.
So when we wrote this paper, we do not really consider the omnibus law, so we better look at it. So we cannot really say what will happen to the VAT implementation if we do this. I think we cannot say answer it, but hopefully we can provide that information probably in our revised paper. I think that's it, Ms. Nella. Thank you.
Okay, I think I agree with Agung Romi. So if I may add, a policy should be not contradictory one to another. So if you take a look to that, we have a carbon tax instrument, and also we have omnibus law. We should be in line to the solutions or to the objective of Indonesia itself. So it shouldn't be contradictory. That might confuse the policy, the industrial players, and also the society. I think that's all, Bu Nella.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rina and the team. You know, there's some question in the Q&A. Maybe you can read the answer in the Q&A box. And then, you know, we have an opportunity, you know, the next speaker from in this session, that's Pak Hadi Setiawan and team. Actually, he's in the policy department for the green development in sustainable development for Indonesia in the financing side. So I think Bu Nisrina, I think you can use this opportunity to connect with them, and then you make your idea to be heard or to be implemented. Because I know, I mean, this is maybe not your main job in OJK. So I mean, but your idea is interesting. Okay, now we move to our second speaker, Mr. Hadi Setiawan. He's a senior researcher, Fiscal Policy Agency, Ministry of Finance in Indonesia. He's a researcher at Mr. Hadi Setiawan started his career as civil servant at in Directorate General of Tax, then continues as researcher in Fiscal Policy Agency. So he pursuing research in the area of fiscal policy, especially those related to taxation, energy policy, and infrastructure. Today, he will talk about luxury tax on motor vehicles in Indonesia. Should it be reformed? So without further ado, I give the floor to Pak Hadi Setiawan.
Okay, thank you so much, Bu Nella. How are you, Bu?
Good. It's nice to see familiar faces.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I will share my screen first.
Yes.
Okay, today I will present our paper. We changed the title, Bu Nella. So the new title is New History of the Indonesian Luxury Tax on the Motor Vehicle, Accommodating CO2 Emission in the Tax System. And this is this paper written by me, Suska, Rita Helbeten-Rini, Sofia Ari Damayanti, and Hidayat Amir. We are all from the Fiscal Policy Agency, Ministry of Finance, Republic of Indonesia. And this is the outline. First, I will talk about the introduction, and then methodology and scenarios, and then continue with the results and conclusion. Okay, first the introduction. As you know, VAT, luxury tax, and excise are considered as a consumption tax, but we know that excise have a strong position as an instrument to control consumption. You know that the Indonesian has ratified the Kyoto Protocol to reduce CO2 emission, and recently we already accommodated this objective through the tax system. But instead using of the excise tax, we still using the luxury tax as an instrument to control emission. The latest amendment of the regulation on the tax on motor vehicle has already accommodated this CO2 emission to complement the type of vehicle and engine capacity as variable on setting the rates of the luxury tax. So this paper aims to overview the government of Indonesia policy on luxury tax on motor vehicle and then compare the treatment on the vehicle tax in other countries and calculate the potential tax revenue and quantify the economic impact of the imposition of new regime of luxury tax on the motor vehicle. This is the methodologies and scenarios. The objective of this research is first to explore and discuss the policy formulation, and then we also compare the application of the similar policy in peer countries. To do this, we do the comparative study, and then to calculate the potential tax revenue and quantify the economic impact of the new tax regime, we use the same model, social accounting matrix. For the scenario itself, we use 3 simulations. First, for the first simulation, we use the government revenue projection from the motor vehicle tax to goes to the treasury and this goes back to the economy as an existing government spending distribution. So this is the first simulation is business as usual. And then for the second simulation, we use the government revenue projection from the motor vehicle tax as an incentive for the sector related to the emission reduction program in Indonesia's NDC sectors. And the third simulation, we use the government revenue projection as incentive only for the road transportation sector. As you know, the largest emission contributor is from the road transportation sector. And this is the shock data. The shock data we use in the same model. Based on the new regime of the luxury tax, we calculate the projected luxury tax in 2022. Why 2022? Because the new regime of the tax, luxury tax, will impose starting 16 October this year, 2021. And the projection is based on the data of motor vehicle produced and sold from the Gaikindo and the Ministry of Industry. And then we use the 6.5 growth as the Ministry of Industry target. For the tax-based price, we use the retail market and adjust it with the inflation rate. And then we found that the potential revenue is around 32 trillion in 2020. It means that there is potential increase of 70 trillion rupiah from the previous tax regime. For your information, this projection is not considered the COVID-19 pandemic. We calculate the projection before the COVID-19 pandemic. And then before I jump to the result of the same model, we'll talk about the profile of Indonesian motor vehicle. You can see here in the graphic, the Indonesian motor vehicle production and sales influenced by the GDP growth and government fuel pricing policy. In 2006, you can see here that the production and sales dropped because of the government cut the subsidy for the fuel. And also in 2009, there's a crisis here. So the sales and production also dropped. And in 2015, the sales and production of the vehicle also dropped because we reformed the policy of the fuel here. And this is the comparison. We use 6 countries to compare the tax on motor vehicle regime: Thailand, Singapore, Malaysia, Turkey, and South Korea, and United Kingdom. You can see that most of the countries use excise for the type of tax to motor vehicle, except the Turkey. Turkey use special consumption tax. This is like luxury tax. If if I can say that this is like luxury tax in Indonesia. For the South Korea and Singapore, beside excise, they also complement with the other tax. And for the basis for the tax rate, most of the countries also using type of car, engine capacity, and CO2 emission. For the Turkey, they add the sales price for the basis for the tax rate. And the tax rate itself is from 1% to 180%. But United Kingdom use the monetary to the tax rate, it from £0 to 1,000 something pounds sterling. And this is the luxury tax on motor vehicle in Indonesia. Right now, the existing regulation is government regulation number 41 2013. It will valid until 15 October 2021. So in a few months, we will change the regulation. And the new regulation is government regulation number 73 2019. And the transition time is the transition period is 2 years for this regulation. This new regulation will impose luxury tax based on the type of car, engine capacity, gasoline consumption, and CO2 emission. This is the addition of the tax base, the addition of the base of the tax, gasoline consumption or CO2 emission, the new one. The range tariff itself is 0% up to 95%. And we also, in this new regulation, we will give 0% rate for the electric vehicle. And this is the detail of the difference from the government regulation number 41 and government regulation number 73. As I said before, the car type in the new regulation will be only passengers car, double cabin, affordable energy saving car, hybrid, and then electric vehicle. We will not differentiate anymore the sedan and 4x2 type, but only passengers cars. And then for the basis of the tax rate, we add the emission to the new regulation. For the previous regulation, it's only engine capacity, and the new one will give the emission. So lower emission will get lower luxury tax rate. And the incentive program will add the hybrid electric vehicle, and then flexi engine, and also LCGC. LCGC is low cost green car. And this is the same result. You can see here in this table that the additional spending from the increase of luxury tax collection creates reallocation of production factor from agriculture labor to others. And the earmark on spending on simulation 2 and simulation 3 will bring the better impact as indicated in the positive impact on the demand of capital. So this result reflect that the earmark policies will create higher value added and a more sustainable impact on the economy. While the institution income effect shows that the household have a net negative impact. Why? Because it due to the higher tax burden than the additional indirect incomes from the policy change. In contrast, in simulation 1, you can see that the government income increased quite significant because as a simulation 1 is business as usual, so some allocation goes to the government services.
Pak Hadi, if you can wrap up your presentation in 1 minute.
Two slides, okay. So this is the sectoral impact of the policy simulation. In simulation 2, you can see that the earmarking, the additional revenue will positively impact the NDC. For example, the energy sector and the transportation sector. While in simulation 3, you can see that since the earmark is focused on the road transportation, so the impact is also concentrate on the transportation sector. And this is the conclusion. So there are various types of tax for the motor vehicle, but most of the countries using excise to tax the emission. And the implementation of new government regulation has accommodated reducing Indonesian emission level. But instead of using tax, sorry, instead of using luxury tax, we still, instead of using excise tax, we're still using luxury tax. Although the luxury tax cannot be earmarked, but the excise tax can be earmarked. Using the simulation to estimate the economic impact into 3 scenarios, the results show that earmark on the spending to specific sector will give better impact, such as better resource allocation and stimulate better economic activities and better target to the policy support for emission reduction. I think that's all my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak. Thank you, Pak Hadi. Okay, I saw there's a raised hand from Dewi Pangestu Ramadhani. I will call you in the Q&A session. I already allow you to talk, so please be ready. And now we continue to Professor Jumpang. He's a professor in School of Environment and Natural Resource, Renmin University of China. He was the speaker yesterday, so we already introduced him to you. So I think, Mr. Jumpang, the floor is yours for the discussion.
Okay, thank you. I'll share my screen, share my PPT. Okay. Oh. Can you see it?
No, we cannot see the screen right now.
Okay.
Double. I don't know. There's just you start screen sharing, but we don't see any PPT.
Okay. Can you see now?
No. Do you send your PPT to Swati? Maybe Swati can do that.
Oh, I changed my PPT. I'm sorry.
It just show up just before. Okay. Swati, can you share this?
Oh, okay.
Okay, good.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Actually, I think this paper is quite interesting about how to shift the luxury tax on motor vehicle in Indonesia to excess tax. I think the main contribution of this this paper is firstly, this paper review the policy of luxury tax on motor vehicle in Indonesia and explore the tax policy on motor vehicle of other countries, including Thailand, Singapore, and Malaysia, Turkey, South Korea, and the United Kingdom. And this is very next slide. I'm sorry. Next slide. Yes. And analyze the economic impact of new tax scheme on motor vehicle based on the quantity analysis by using social accounting metrics simulation, and propose policy recommendation of shifting luxury tax on motor vehicle to excise tax with an earmarking scheme on specific sectors. And in my understanding, in China, we also have a little higher tax rate on motor vehicle. But in China, we take motor vehicle. We take motor vehicle as we have I mean excise tax or some other tax, like a vehicle tax, is a property tax. But we don't take motor vehicle as a, as a luxury good. But in Indonesia, we can find that you also have a very high tax rate on the motor vehicle, and also you take a motor vehicle as a luxury good and impose luxury tax. On this, I think is quite interesting issue to move the luxury tax to excise tax. In my understanding, along with the GDP growth and the income increasing in Indonesia, maybe motor vehicle is a necessary goods, is a necessary consuming goods. Those are luxury goods. So I think if we still use luxury tax on motor vehicle, I don't think it's very operated to this situation. So I think this paper proposed quite interesting, and I think is maybe is a very realistic issue in Indonesia. And actually, I changed my PPT. I think, but I just I can't. I think maybe you can stop your share. I want to share my PPT.
Swati, try to stop sharing now.
Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. So I think this paper give very clear. I think very clear theoretical analysis about why the luxury tax on motor vehicle in Indonesia should be shifted to excise tax. I think it's very interesting. And this paper also display the tax policy on motor vehicle of different countries. It's give an overall picture about different countries' policy on motor vehicle. I think it's also very interesting, given very informative for the readers. And this paper using social counting metric simulation to analyze the economic impact. I think this quantity analysis method is a typical economic analysis tool, and it's also suitable to be used here. This paper also based on the former, the analysis on the overall analysis in this paper. They also proposed the policy recommendation about why and how to transfer from luxury tax vehicle to excise tax. I think it's very interesting. I have some comments about it. The first is, what's the main obstacle should be overcome in order to shift luxury tax on motor vehicle to excise tax in Indonesia? I think maybe in China, I felt that if we want to shift one kind of tax to another kind of tax, maybe it's a little difficult. We need to amend our taxing law. We need to do a lot of things by the Congress of people's like that. So I don't know. Maybe Indonesia is the easy how to overcome this kind of obstacle. The second is actually I get the paper is older version. In this paper I just find two scenario, simple 1 and simple 2. So I just learned from your presentation. I found that you have 3 simulation scenarios. So I'm sorry, I didn't get the newest version. So I give I just want in your paper you mentioned that if we want to earmarking the excise tax in some specific sectors, you should have performed the amendment of excise tax law. I think it's not maybe it's not very easy. So I just want to know what's the impact, economic impact, if you just shifting luxury tax on motor vehicle to excise tax, but the revenue project goes directly to the treasury without earmarking incentives for the business sector. That's my concern about it. But maybe you can consider in your paper. But I think it's maybe if you think this is not necessary, I think it's okay. I just want it. And I felt that in your paper you use
Professor Pang, could you like wrap up in 30 seconds? Thank you.
Okay, I just want to. Can you give a comprehensive, comparative analysis about the different countries' tax regime? Because in your paper you spend a lot of space to list all tax in different countries. But I think it's better to write some comprehensive comparative analysis about different countries. The feature I think is better. And you spend only 2 pages to give impact of SIM 1 and SIM 2. Maybe the situation is different now. I think maybe it's better to give more economic analysis on the impact. That's all. Thank you very much for your very interesting, very good papers. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Pang. Pak Hadi, do you want to address that? And please make it, I mean, like compact, because concise, because we already used our Q&A session right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bunela. Thank you so much, Professor Pang, for your comment and valuable comment for this paper. Actually, we already submit the revised one for the paper since the ADBI send the comment and revision for us to revise the paper, and then we already submit the new one, the revised one. That's why the title also already changed, but the content is mostly the same, but with much revised. We already input your comments on the new one for the you can see for the comparative analysis. We already concise it and then move the table to the annex, and then we already add the simulation one as business as usual. So the revenue collection goes to the treasury directly, and then move proportion just business as usual. We already did it, Mr. Pang. I hope it will be answer your comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Pak Hadi. Oh yeah, I want to add information. You know, in this process for the book to finalize, we have many round reviews. So the last one is a first round review, and then you will be asked to accommodate all the input that from the discussion today. That we call it as the second review. Then we will report this to the publisher. Yeah. So I think my information not only for Hadi, that's for everyone. So we usually perhaps will have a 3-round review, but the third review usually very simple, just like check the consistency and everything. But the first and second round review usually this for the content. And then we have the last one that from ADBI side, the English editing. So the English editing is not going to touch the content, but it's just the English one. So after the third round review, then we will have a English editing process. Yes. But don't relate it too much. You still need to have a good English in the paper. So we have one question in the Q&A. This is from Dina Pasagui. While earmarking is a good policy, experience shows that the inefficiency lies in the disbursement or spending of tax proceeds. What safeguards can be taken to ensure optimal use of resources, especially in earmarked revenues? Maybe Pak Hadi, you want to answer that?
Okay, Bu Nela, perhaps my colleagues can answer this. Bu Nela, Bu Suska,
yeah,
perhaps?
Sure.
Bu Suska, could you please?
Thank you, Pak Hadi. Thank you, Bu Nela. I think this is also related with the comments from Mr. Junpang about the policy that we should consider about shifting to excise tax from the luxury motor vehicle tax. We have experience in excise on tobacco. As you may also aware that we have this earmarking for this excise, and it is included in the excise law. That's why this is a kind of challenge for us if we want to shift to this luxury tax to excise tax and then earmark it. For adding a new object of excise tax, we only need to revise the government regulation. We don't need to revise the law, but if you want to earmark it, we have to put it in the law. And you may know the process for revising a law is quite long. And also based on the experience in the excise tax on tobacco, we have seen that the allocation will be then put in this in the budget. So this is kind of a safeguard to make sure that the allocation from this earmark will be used for this dedicated object or dedicated program. I think this is my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Suska. Thank you. So I think we still have 1 minute. If there is no question, I want to ask just a little bit. There's because I'm in Japan, so I don't really know how the progress. But and I read that Indonesia just issued a new policy that reduced the tax to cheaper vehicle, but to lower engine capacity vehicle. Is there any implication to Indonesia effort in reducing the carbon emission? I mean, the judgment when you, propose that policy before, Pak Hadi? Thank you. Just a short answer, Pak Hadi. We run out of time.
Yeah, Bu. I will answer, but Bu Suska actually the PIC on this matter, Bu. Perhaps Bu Suska again can answer this.
Okay. Actually, this policy is concerned to minimize the impact of COVID-19, the pandemic. So it's a temporary policy to improve the performance of the automotive industry sector, and also to boost the demand on the motor vehicle for cars. So maybe if you want to relate it to this carbon emission, this kind of not related to this, because the one we talk in this paper is PP number 73, and this one is a temporary policy to tackle the impact of the COVID-19, the pandemic, to the business sector, as a tax incentive under the PEN program, Bu, Pemulihan Ekonomi Nasional.
Okay. Thank you, Bu Suska. I think thank you very much. Now With that, I think I can conclude Pak Hadi and the team session. Thank you very much, but please stay and we will move to our next speaker, Professor Tapan Sarkar. He's Associate Professor of Political Economy, Griffith Asia Institute of Griffith University. So he's a political economist based at Griffith Business School, Griffith University, Australia. His research has a particular focus on macro fiscal policy and sustainable economic growth in developing economies in the Asia Pacific region. His research has been published in leading international journals, including Economic Analysis and Policy, International Review, Economic and Finance, and so on. He has been a visiting professor at KU University and Soka University in Japan. Today, he will talk about fiscal policy integration for green development in Bangladesh. I think without further ado, I give the floor to Professor Tapan Sarkar.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nelda. I try to now go to my presentation. Hopefully you can see the presentation, everyone.
Yes. Yes, and please put in slideshow, yes.
Okay, so thank you. This paper is with my colleague who is Dr. Kaji Arifuzzaman, who actually contributed heavily into this paper. He works there in the Central Bank of Bangladesh. And our paper is looking at fiscal policy integration for green development in Bangladesh. So here is a quick outline of the paper. So introduction, and then we like to just shed some light on the conceptual framework, literature review, and also then more specifically some literature and information regarding green fiscal instruments in Bangladesh, which is relatively new, methodology, estimation and findings, and conclusion and policy recommendation. So yes, this transition towards green development, it is a relatively new concept for developing countries like Bangladesh. So that's the key thing for us to acknowledge at the very beginning. But it is gaining momentum because with only 10 years now left to achieve the goals, 2030 goals, also countries like Bangladesh are putting a lot of effort that how they can implement policies that can align with green development. And this study aims to empirically assess, given that there are some constraints in data in many developing countries, and Bangladesh is no exception. Nevertheless, we tried as a bit of pioneering study to assess these existing green fiscal instruments in Bangladesh, including their management and effectiveness, and also looking at how plausible these instruments could be for Bangladesh. So looking at now to the conceptual framework, I think for all of the researchers, we really want to know what is the really concept behind this, right? So as you can read from here that there have been some focus on this topic for some time now. And colleagues such as Chaturvedi, they have identified mainly 3 sets of fiscal instruments. And these are very, very key for all of us to understand first. First is subsidized pricing on the uses of public goods that are having negative externalities. Secondly, subsidizing on green products and technologies. I think that is one of the key instruments being used both in developed country, but as well as more recently in the developing country. They're trying to subsidize imports of green products and technologies. So that is the very key important number B. And number C is a bit taxes on pollutants, which we call sort of environmental tax. But as we all know, in most of the political economy, this is not very much popular and palatable for many because industries are mostly polluting industries. So looking at from there, what are the policy preference for the green fiscal agenda? There are 2 ways that can be done. As you can see in the bottom of this slide, that obviously we try to make things as a revenue neutral one, where you impose taxes while also you offset the business burden for some. So you try to sort of balance. Then the balanced budget is you try to ensure any changes in the revenue, but then equally matching that in the spending side. Now, if you ask that which one is the good, it depends on a country and how they try to do. Some countries, I would say, try to go for a more balanced budget approach where they try to also increase this revenue, but also at the same time spending that fiscal spending into that, that environmental issues as well. There are plenty of literature which we just captured for this research. So first, quickly, as you can see, there have been some good research, recent one, and also decade, like 2011, the one by Jones. But all of this research has been focusing on market-driven fiscal policies, on ecological modeling or macroeconomic modeling. And also, if you continue here, you will notice that they really try to see and analyze the effectiveness of green fiscal policies. That's the key thing, and including taxes like carbon taxes, solid waste taxes, congestion taxes. And I know just before me, someone from our colleague in Indonesia, like luxury taxes as well. So lots of things now being implemented in various countries, and that is the key literature framework for us. From there, from the global scenario too, if we go back to Bangladesh, and I said in the beginning that it is very new as a country, a lot of tax reforms happening, but not much in the area of green fiscal instrument. In fact, it is first time in 2014-15 fiscal year when this was first thought about, that, well, this is something we need to think about. And it was the first time in 17-18 fiscal, then environment as a term was first thought about that, yes, this is important. One of the key polluting sector is definitely the brick field over there. And I think it is one of the issue for many developing countries that produces a lot of CO2 emissions. And that sort of pollution-free, sort of technologies and assets were given tax holiday in this sector just to reduce and curb the pollution. There have been given some tax reduction for ready-made garments that has got international green building certification. At the same time, there have been some discounts or incentives in indirect taxes, which we call value-added tax, for instance, and exemptions there as well. So as you can see, there are various levels of things there, but at the same time, duties have been increased for tobacco, which we all know that is also another environmentally harmful commodity there. So let's see a bit of subsidies on fiscal fuel and electricity tariff. On the left-hand side, as you will see, it is dropping there. But at the same time, if you see the right-hand side there, that aggregated import of the environmental good and how this import is going up, but weighted average tariff is going down. So there are the two things happening. We call it like just opposition, means two things in a two different way to having a better impact there on environmental aspect. Although this research, we incorporated the impact of COVID on fiscal implication intentionally because we are running this project at a time when I think COVID was very much into play. And this is something through our research, we have found that has compelled all government to reshuffle their fiscal settings and priorities. I think that is a bit of that we all have to now think about these issues, that how we can do. And if we look at this, that other proponents like IMF, they have proposed Bangladesh should increase the investment in climate adaptation because this is one country highly, I repeat, highly vulnerable when you talk about the climate change and its impact, including highly likely in terms of sea level rise and also pollution in urban areas in particular. There are mega cities like Dhaka that is very highly polluted there. Now coming into the methodology, I think this is very, very important for us to see that what we did. As I said, there is not much data, so we combine both qualitative and quantitative methodology to come into sort of data saturation point as such, and then we did the empirical analysis and looking at the trend, impact of fiscal instruments in some of the areas, but also we use the scenario analysis methodology to adopt and evaluate sort of a futuristic scenario, okay? That what it could look like: carbon taxes, reduction of subsidies, import, tariff, and all sorts of areas. So what we have seen that, well, the model that we have used in assumption that with the gradual imposition of carbon taxes, if we can do, and probably from 10% to 25%, that can vary, then particularly on oil, like diesel, petrol, and furnace oil. And remember, these are the sectors, there are some subsidies currently in place. That is possible to reduce CO2 emission by like 1.29 million. And accordingly, you see that then 19.5 and 15, that's the model says that by 2021, 2030, and 2040, that how much that can help reduce if we can impose carbon taxes from these various ranges. Besides this, the fiscal instrument is expected to generate revenue. So there will be two things happening here. One side is a revenue increase, another side is curbing the CO2 emissions. So it's a bit of double dividend that can happen. So look at here the impact of the imposition of the carbon tax, as you will see that from 2021 next year until 2040, and in the left-hand side, as you will see the sources, the main source of CO2 emission, or of the key source, rather say, is transportation and use of this oil, diesel, petrol, and furnace oil. And this is how much it can happen over the period of time. So we estimate the impact of fuel subsidy as well. And as you will see that the fuel subsidy going back a little bit of 1990 to 2018, that there has been a consumption of oil has increased and increased heavily. Emission from oil too has increased in the past, and emission intensity slightly increased there as well, but that's really the key issues in the past. So that's the real scenario over there, that emission from oil and emission intensity wise. So I think the point here is probably if we can reduce the intensity of emission, that is where we should really target in the policy side. Coming here from the tariff and environmental goods, and that's its impact one. And as you will see in the left-hand side, there are some category of environmental goods, which are obviously that we are trying to sort of have some tariff, and there have been some tariff reduction, but there has been some increase of import as a consequence of this tariff reduction, which you will see in the far right-hand side. So for instance,
could you wrap up in 30 seconds, please? Sorry.
Okay, so maybe I will go a bit of quickly then, very quickly, the impact of the tariff and environmental good, and also estimation and findings, as you will see here, but I'm just trying to go in this slide, Nela. So that these are the 5 major fiscal measures that are examined here. And it is a high time that Bangladesh and other developing countries that target fiscal, carbon tax. And this is something, and one of the key ways is to subsidizing the fossil fuel and electricity simply, and that's ineffective. That is why we need to target these policies. Rather, there is a need for gradual reduction of import tariff, and especially on growing of consumption of environmental goods and services and technologies. And also the climate budget and the NDC implementation allocation are still the earlier phase in Bangladesh. Bangladesh should receive substantial money for that as one of the country. And that sort of budgetary allocation reveals that renewable energy policy is setting target as well. And policymakers are trying to investigate some effective ways to invest in this area. Policy recommendation wise, I think that there are some very important policy that is not only important for Bangladesh, but for other. But due to the time constraint, as you will see the top on that, let's look at policy instrument that can strengthen the green development framework. That requires suitable legal environment, but more importantly, institutional strength and institutional reform as well. So thank you, Nilan. Thank you, all of you, for this. And sorry for taking a bit of more time. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sarkar. I mean, yeah, very interesting presentation. You know, when back I was in the government, I really like the political economy, actually, how to make people implement such policy and what the strategy. So I always love that, reading that.
I think that implementation is the major challenge. You know, we as a researcher can provide some policy, but implementation is a quite a difficult one. Anyway, thank you, Nela, for your kind comments.
Yes, thank you. So now we go to our discussion. We have Ibu Alin Tim here, Pak Teuku Rifki. He's a macroeconomic researcher associate Institute for Economic and Social Research, LPAM, University of Indonesia. I think Pak Teuku, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Bu Nela, for the opportunity. I would like just to go to my point of discussion. So first of all, I really have a good time reading your paper, Dr. Sarkar. It's a really good proposition and it's well written. However, I do have several key points to comment on your paper. So basically, first, my comment on this paper is on the energy mix in Bangladesh, because you point out that in this paper, the main point is that you estimate the potential revenue that government could collect from this so-called brown fuel. However, when you actually do the simulation, the projections towards some years in the future, I haven't seen that this paper already considered the green fuel alternatives, you know. So I think that this will improve the paper if you could actually take into account the green fuel alternatives. Because in this paper you only talk about the brown fuel, which is the how to put it, the only economical alternatives that is available in Bangladesh, if I'm not mistaken. That's what the impression I got from your paper. And then the main issue with this brown fuel is that the people and society still using it extensively is because there is no economic alternative in terms of green fuel. It is still not economically viable to be applied on a national level scale. So I think that that this paper should also take into account that factor, since that if we want to discourage the use of brown fuel, we also need to introduce the viable alternative to be used. That's my first point. And the second point, I think you've mentioned about the methodology. However, we still don't get the full grasp of the methodology in terms of the assumption and the mathematical approach to it. So although we could understand the result of your paper, the result of the simulation, we still we are still not clear to what extent this result is applied and the relevance of the projection in the future. And also we couldn't decide on the limitation of that number. So I think that would be really great if you could explain it in a more thorough vision regarding the methodology. And our next point is that about the carbon tax. So the carbon tax studied in this paper is not a new instrument, as we know that carbon tax has been introduced many times before in so many countries. However, like you said at the end of your presentation, not all the implementation carbon tax could be considered as successful. So it's just our curiosity. What would be your take or your views regarding regarding the supporting factors and the opposing factors to the success of the implementation of such policy in Bangladesh. Is there any specific supporting factors that you think might be applicable to Bangladesh to propose such a fiscal policy mix? So that would be interesting to discuss. Also, we find another point of our takeaway from your paper is that we found that the instrument mentioned and simulated is relatively not coherent. What we mean by not coherent is that in the section 4 of your paper, there are 4 instruments discussed, which is carbon tax, tax on duties on goods and services, subsidies, and import tariffs. However, we only see 2 instruments being simulated. So we would just like to know put only 2 instrument in this. Just need some clarification on it, because we would love to see the other 2 instruments being simulated as well. Okay, I'm moving to our other points. This paper also, we think that this paper also present a very interesting simulation regarding the projected revenue from carbon tax and revenue decrease from easing the import tariff of environmentally green products. However, the former policy, in its nature, the former policy, which is the increasing tax for a carbon, would hurt the domestic economic agent because they are the current incumbent or the current player using carbon tax. While the latter, the decrease of import tariffs for the green-related product would benefit the foreign producers. So, what do you think on this potential? What would be the net impact on the domestic economy regarding this policy implementation? Okay, moving to our next point. It is mentioned early in your paper that the futuristic implication of instruments like carbon tax, reduction of subsidies, and import tariff is being evaluated. And however, the result only shows simulation on carbon tax and import tariff. I think this is we've already mentioned this before. So we would like to see the other 2 instruments, or if you have any rationale on why putting only 2 instrument simulation. Also, you also shown us in your presentation and also in your paper that there is a consistent increase in your simulation result. There is a consistent increase in total CO2 reduction and increase in CO2 revenues from carbon tax. However, we think that in theory, when you introduce the carbon tax, CO2 carbon tax, the implementation of such instrument would discourage the behavior of economic activities that would produce the carbon tax. So it is an instrument to shifting some economic behavior, in which the implication is a decreasing revenue from carbon tax in the future. So we would just be wondering why on your simulation the result is on both variable is consistently increasing until 2045, if I'm not mistaken. We expected that if you introduce a carbon tax, that would discourage the behavior that produce the CO2, and by that logic, the reduction in the production of CO2 would also reduce the revenues in the future. But we've seen the increase in both variable in your simulation. So we would like to get your insights on that. And our last point is that the authors in this paper propose carbon tax, subsidy reduction, and import tariff as a potential fiscal instrument toward a greener development pathway. Regardless, we think that that there are other longer-term alternatives, such as tax holiday for a green investment project, more FDI into Bangladesh, also a more efficient permit acquisition for green project, and etc. So we think that there is a more alternative towards a fiscal instrument and non-fiscal instrument, which attract investment, which in its nature is would provide a longer-term impact rather than just introducing consumption tax and reducing the import tax. So what is your rationale behind choosing this instrument rather than some other instruments that we think might play a crucial role as well. And to conclude my point, this is a very good paper, and I would like to get more insight from this paper. Thank you, Prof. Sarker. It's been a pleasure in reading your study.
Thank you, Pak. Thank you. That's very comprehensive feedback, Professor Sarker. So before that, I saw that raise hand Dasap Cahyana. So after Professor Sarker addressing the feedback, so I will give the floor to you. Okay, now Professor Sarker, you may address now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor. It is very valid, and I can see you are from University of Indonesia. We have an MOU with University of Indonesia, and I visited just before these all sorts of things happened. Anyway, so very good points. The problem with our Bangladeshi study is that even I know that there are some available data maybe available for other countries like Indonesia. We did not have enough data. So this is what's why we combine whatever possible data we have, because we had to start with somewhere. But one of the things I really like that you said, it is something that we will think about, that if we penalize our domestic producer who are polluting, actually it is going to help our foreign producers who are environmentally, already advanced country or have this. But I think this is a choice of political economy choice that what countries leaders want to do, because the mega cities like Jakarta or like Dhaka is simply that clearly the air pollution level is too much. So they have to start with somewhere, and that is a very much point that whom they are going to hurt. I am sure it is going to hurt domestic economic agent. No way, because domestic economic agents, they need a lot of things to improve this, but more importantly, capacity, technology, capital investment. So these are the things is important. So I would probably see and revise in our policy part, thank you for that, which is how can we balance these two? So the government not only penalize them, but provide them assistance and maybe reduced, subsidized loan so that they can invest and procure and buy sort of, their sort of machineries that can help them reduce the emission. I think that's another way to help them. Otherwise, you are right that many of the things that will go to the foreign producers, this market, that's the thing there. In terms of as I said, the methods, I think I have already told you. And yeah, but thank you. I think we have made some changes actually since the last iteration, but we will definitely consider these points which are very valid. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sarker. Yeah, like I want to add, in the chapter, please every author consider to put the policy recommendation and how to implement that, because the target audience for our book is government officials. So how, like Professor Sarker mentioned, that how to connect researcher, the idea from researcher to be implemented by government, right? And then sometimes the idea is good, but how to bridge that to make that implemented is difficult. So maybe you can add one section about the policy implication, policy recommendation, and how the stage, the steps to implement that. So here we have Mr. Dasap Cahyana. If you there, I already give you yeah. So allowed to talk. So okay, if you can talk now, can you? Or you cancel your hand raising. Hello, Miss Dasap Cahyana, you want to talk? Okay, I think he accidentally raised hand. We actually almost run out of time. So if there is no question, but Professor Sarker, if I may ask like very basic question, in implementing this policy, I mean, what actually the biggest challenge that you face, I mean, in Bangladesh? I mean, I know that you're not a government official, but you know, for the mixed energy policy, something like that, usually you, in political economics, you need to consider the challenge. Professor Sarkar, you still on mute.
Okay, sorry for that. I think that is a very good question, Dr. Nella, that one issue is that government is subsidizing the fuel, you know, which cannot continue, which is not fiscally sustainable, is it? It cannot be fiscally sustainable, but it is politically a very challenging proposition. It is for every country, it is for any country, you know, that if you just take away 10 cents from the fuel subsidy, there will be huge chaos in the country. And in that case, there are consumers who are farmers, there are consumers who are, you know, marginal industries and other. The second point is that industries, they have been traditionally using these sort of machineries that are not up to date. And this requires capital investment. Now, who is going to provide this capital investment? Who is going to do this? They are small investors. Simply the problem in developing countries is that banks are not coming out, look, we will provide you a good, you know, machineries that is more reliable, environmentally or friendly. And so they need also some financial support as well. So I would probably say that in this case, Dr. Nella, that government with the financing agencies need to come out together to provide a solution for those industries so they can get low interest rate loan, particularly in purchasing, because their main issue is that they don't have the required capital they need. And then government on the other side can use fiscal instruments so that they can provide 100% depreciation as quickly as possible of these investments. So they can do two things together. One is to make this funding or capital available to them through the banks or other financial instruments, and then also using other fiscal instruments. Otherwise, there should be a combined action. Not only the government can make solution of the problem. It's a complicated problem in developing countries.
Thank you, Professor Sarkar. I think a very comprehensive explanation. If there's more question in Q&A, maybe you can answer that in writing. So with that, we conclude your session. Thank you very much, Professor Sarkar and Pak Teguh. Now we go to our country presentation. Today we have our expert in the financing and the sustainable development. That's Ibu Asti, Dr. Budiastuti Ontowirjo. She's a Director of State Finance and Monetary Analysis, Ministry of National Development Planning and National Development Planning Agency in Indonesia. So she's engaged in government service since 2011, working as Inspector for Institutional Performance till 2015, then as a Bureau Head of Planning Organization and Procedures Bureau from 2015-2016. So from 2016 to now, she has been working as Director of State Finance and Monetary Analysis. She received her undergraduate in Civil Engineering and Master in Business Administration from Northeastern University with doctoral degree from University of Indonesia. So without further ado, I'll give the floor to Ibu Asti.
Thank you, Ibu Nella. Good afternoon, Ibu Nella, representatives from ADBI and then University of Indonesia and Ministry of Finance. Thank you for the introductions for myself and good afternoon for everybody. Let me present here. Maaf Ibu Nella, saya pakai share screen saya ya. Is it clear?
Yes, clear, Bu.
Thank you. Okay, my presentation, I will give the presentation is very short because some of the presenters before has already from Indonesian side, so also maybe we have already provide the same aspect in here. What's wrong with this? Let me let me go through this outline. One is the opportunity for green development. And then the second is carbon emissions and established targets. And the third one is fiscal instrument, incentive of energy saving vehicle, carbon tax, and green suku. So basically, our national development plan has given us the opportunity for green development. So the goal itself to enhance economic resilience by managing and utilizing economic resources, in here, natural resources as an example, to reach higher added value of goods and services, which is produced by the corporations and then humankind. And then in here, so managing economic resources and higher added value become the base for integrations of policy among development sectors. What I meant in here, so in the sectors of environment and then in the sectors of economic has been elaborated very well in the fiscal policy framework as well. So when we talk about the green development, it is not just only talking about the financing or the tax itself, but also we put in the expenditure or spending sides in order to perform better as a green concept. In terms of expenditure in here, the policy within the fiscal policy framework, we have already set the indicators and target regarding low carbon development. So this is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 strategies, mainly trying to reducing emissions and intensity of emissions in priority sectors. So we put some sectors as the priority here, and then we set the numbers, the targets, from 8.6% 2019 to 23% in 2024. And sustainability, energy development as well, of course, sustainability, land rehabilitations, waste management, and then another one, it is about the green industry development. Greenhouse gas. Greenhouse gas is also our focus in the program of the fiscal instrument that we put in the line ministry's budget, and especially for handling the toxic and hazardous waste in industry. And then in the low carbon as well, we have some activities such as mangrove and beach ecosystem rehabilitations. We set the numbers in here from 1,000 hectare areas into 50,000 hectare areas 2024. In terms of financing or funding, we have two actions in here, two strategies. The SFW, Sovereign Wealth Fund, we call it INA, have already in place, and then hopefully it is attract investment, including green development in medium and long-term horizons. Besides that, many presenters has already said about the thematic financings in green financing, for example, Sukuk. So this is a kind of the second point that I have already said before. Okay. Here, this is the information. Basically, what we want to say in here, that this is the conditions of carbon emissions and how the carbon contributions by sectors. So when we were asked, our government were asked about why we put the motorcycle tax or as the target for taxations higher than before. So we can see in here the fuel contribution, combustion contribution by sectors. This is 2017. We can see that from 2017 up to now, it must be higher than this number. So transportation sits in here, has the second rank, 27%. Of course, in the first rank in here is the energy industry. So because of that, the transportation's emissions becomes our target for reducing the emissions itself. So the reduction in greenhouse and gas emissions has been set as a target, as a global commitment, as well as national target. In the left side is a commission in the global forum, and then in the right side is a commitment in the what we have in the national plans, or 1 year and then in medium years. So basically, we have a first national determined contributions, which has been committed to reduce from 29% into in 2030. And then, of course, if there's a contribution from the international support, we will have a 41% reduction by 2030 contributions. So basically what we have in here, we have already set the plan. So we said that this is the opportunity that the government and then all the stakeholders has been set all the targets very well. The reductions also has been set in here until 2024 in several sectors, which is I mentioned in here as the priority sectors. Now, next is about here. Now this is the instrument itself. We to achieve the established target, we have incentive in central level and then regional level. Why we differentiate between those two? It is because we know that we understand that the national level, in the national level, transportations has been the second highest contribution to the combustion emissions. So basically, the taxations in the central government in here we put as the higher taxation. So sales tax on luxury goods. I heard that from the discussions before, for example, India, creates issues, critical issues about this sales, about this taxations. So what we are having in here in a government regulation number 73, 2019, we put the tax of for the luxury goods for the vehicle and the capacity of the 3000 cc. So meaning that this is the vehicle that is not the urban size car, and then also it is not attached to the issues that which is very people concerns about. So the 3000 cc's is we put the threshold in here. So basically this is the luxury goods. So in terms of this, we put in here the rates, which is the higher rates for the higher emissions. So we can see in here. And then for the local government taxations, local taxation in here for especially for the we call it vehicle tax, and then also custom of the transport name, and then also incentive to reduce carbon. Basically, the changes from the new regulation from the compared to the previous ones. In here, there's a special treatment in here on plug-in hybrid electrical vehicles, battery electric vehicles, and fuel cell electric vehicles. So what we want to explain in here that the government wants to change the mind of people's minds that more trying to go into the sustainable livelihood in this, and then more electrical vehicle in here will be in place. And when you ask about what is the challenge or the limitations, the challenge or the limitations in here is the industry itself. of course, we understand that the rates should be matched with the industry perspective, in the economy perspective, since the automotive industry categorized as the labor intensive as well. So the increasing of the tax have the implications of the productions of the vehicles and other motorcycles, and the motorcycles, the vehicles, and then because of that should be incorporated to our policies as well. And then next slide. So this is the carbon tax. Of course, the benefits of a carbon tax is very clear. Accelerate green transformations as a new, and then it is become a new source of revenue. The carbon tax it is still under preparations, including the regulations. Up to now, we still the preparations of the President's regulations. And then when we designed about the carbon tax systems, this is our concept here. We can see as two sides. Target, which one has been targeted, which is targeted on activities or emissions producer side. For the activity, it can be said that, for example, like other countries has already been set up, which is about the, for example, the air flight. So the passengers who will go fly, take the aircraft, they will get the additional tax in here. So it is based on the activity. But the emission producers is more basically what we have in these presentations. The type can be from the producer side. So there are three possibilities instrument in here. One is excise, number two is tax, and number three is, we call it PNBP or non-tax state revenue. All the aspect in here is still under development, but basically in here, we compare some country who also have the experience or setting the excise, for example, Thailand, Singapore, Philippines, USA, and South Africa. And as well as in here tax and then non-tax. So I don't have to go further because all of the people has already mentioned, but I will explain, I just want to show that there are three options in here, which is not just only tax, but it's also excise and then non-tax revenue. And the aspect of carbon tax levies itself, designed like here, it can be from the upstream, downstream. Ideally, the tax rate is determined to match the social cost, like the previous presentations try to find the social cost.
Bu Asti, could you wrap up in 30 seconds, please? Yeah, over the time. Okay.
And this is the other one, but like I mentioned that it is not just only the revenue side spending, but also in the financing instruments. So this is Sukuk. Then the Sukuk you have already have the information before, but basically we here wants to state that what the government has already introduced, it is also influence to the private sector. For example, the CMB Niaga plan to issue the Sukuk's 3-year tenors program. Okay, and then the final one, this is the conclusion. Okay, the conclusion.
Thank you.
This is the conclusion. There are 4 conclusions in here. Basically, I think it's better to hear the questions from the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bu Asti. Thank you very much. A very impressive presentation and how Indonesia effort, for this green development. I saw 2 raised hands. I don't know for Mr. Dasep Cahyana, you still want to ask question? Mr. Dasep Cahyana, and I saw before that Joe Huang, you still want to ask question? Mr. Joe Huang, we already give you the floor to talk.
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask about how the Susuk funding, how they are actually channeled to projects like waste management or to renewable energy, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Bu Asti, you want to address the Mr. Jo Wang question first?
Yes, thank you. What we have two kind of Sukuk framework in here. The number one is about the global Sukuk, the global green Sukuk. It's a global green Sukuk. It's more like the issues of the green itself that we want to set in here. So basically for the environment. And then for example, in here, there's some basic project or major project that we are running right now is trying to follow through the environmental friendly. So that's the big idea of the global green Sukuk. And the other side is about the Sukuk, which is channel to the project. So there is it also can be as a thematic. So the revenue of the project itself become the underlying assets of the Sukuk. That's my question. That's my answer to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Asti. Here we have in the Q&A box, this from Haryanto. What is your view of the sales tax on luxury goods, PPNBM, cut starting from March 2021 to foster the economic recovery? It might be positive from the economical perspective, but from environmental perspective, more cars will be sold and it's counterintuitive with the government goals to reduce carbon emission. Bu Asti, do you want to answer that? Or I saw Bu Suska here too.
Yeah, we have two of us in here. Yeah, so, thank you. For the luxury goods, that's the to foster the economic recovery. This is the new PPNBM, which is that reducing the 10% tax on sales. Yeah. The idea in here of the reducing the tax itself is trying to keep the productions run. So the productions in the in here that we have already, I think it's already informed to anybody in the countries. There is we call it at the level of vehicle. Yeah, it is under the 1,500 cc and below. So basically, this is the kind of cars like urban car. So the demand of the car is also huge. So this is that we call to foster the economic recovery. So the productions of that car still continuing because of the demand. When the demand has increased because the cost of the car itself reduced, because of the tax sales reducing in here, so the cost of the car is also less expensive than before. That's the economic perspective. And you said that in here that there is a counterintuitive to the reductions of carbon emissions. I think we have to put this as the two policies should be in place together side by side. That I said that from the economic side and also from the carbon side. That's why for the carbon emissions, we are trying to push the carbon tax itself. That's why this is still under discussions. And then the discussion right now is still based on what is the threshold suitable on both sides, the production side, and then for the users who will get the tax itself. So both sides. So hopefully these two kind of policy can be suitable or can be harmonized together. Thank you. Thank you for the question, Pak Haryanto. It's a very good question.
Thank you, Bu Asti. Actually, I want to ask question about sovereign wealth fund, but I don't want my college complain because I promised that about we finished 2:50. So, Bu Asti, I will write a question to you later.
Okay.
So, I think I was approached by many partners about sovereign wealth fund and how Indonesia doing that. So maybe I just email you later.
Okay.
So,
Okay. I would like to.
Yeah, thank you very much. So with that, we conclude this session. Thank you very much to all speakers, discussion, and country representative. Please join me to give applause to all of the speakers and in this session. Thank you. So I will move to. Actually, I plan to return the floor to Ibu Alin. Are you there, Ibu Alin? But she promised me to come back at 1 Indonesian time. If not, then I just introduce Pak Nur. So our next session will be a session 6 that's about green financial instrument and fiscal incentive. The same one as a previous session, but this is the part 3. So we have our moderator here, Dr. Nur Saifuddin. He's a senior policy analyst of Fiscal Policy Agency, Ministry of Finance of Republic Indonesia. His current job is dealing with fiscal policy aspects of the climate finance. He started his service to the Fiscal Policy Agency since 2007 on various positions and also a researcher. He's awarded his PhD in economics from the University of Western Australia, Master of Public Policy from National University of Singapore, and Bachelor of Accounting from State College of Accountancy in 2002. So I think without further ado, I give the floor. Before that, I will inform everyone. He's the representative from Indonesian MOF that helped me in managing this webinar. So without further ado, I give the floor to Pak Nur.
Yes, thank you, Bu Nela, for the introduction. Very nice introduction, and good afternoon, good evening, maybe in Tokyo, yeah, for everyone. It's very nice to meet you during this pandemic. I always expect and hope that you all are in a safe and healthy situation. And the section 6 of this day has the final session of the second day's webinar. We will discuss more on the green financial instrument and fiscal incentives, the opportunities and limitation. And we have very prominent speaker and authors here, and one country representative from the Philippines. The first session will go to the Dr. Lin Chun Su, comprehensive analysis, and since I'm the discussion, so I will raise some point in here. From my view, I see there are so many strengths in the paper of Dr. Lin. The topic itself is very timely and relevant for different countries. Even the goals and challenges in promoting renewable energy is quite various. It's also the target or strategic goals of different countries today, and even the challenges itself still remain the issue for a couple of countries. And from the situation today, the government of couple of different countries sees that from the understanding of the goals and the challenges, it may enact the policy formulation towards the support for renewable energy. And from the presentation as well as the paper, it's clearly show that the authors very familiar with the issue and on how they may provide the data, on how they may present the methods and etc. And I found that there are a couple major contribution of the paper. That the first is review of the general information of energy transition in Taiwan itself, which is quite very interesting. And then by providing the information of current status of renewable energy development in Taiwan, which is the data is very robust, I think, yeah. And by conducting some CPA analysis with that data provided, and then the authors analyze the goals and challenges in meeting the renewable energy development, both for the solar and offshore wind in Taiwan. I think it's very good point to look on how other countries may learn from the case in Taiwan from this paper. Thank you, and I may congratulate for the authors on these matters. But I try to like see some possible area for improvement, particularly for the paper. I think because you are also discussing on how different actors may look at the situation, and once we are talking about, we are discussing on the goals and challenges, one of it is could be coming from different actors. Then if you may also a bit discuss on different actors or stakeholders of the renewable energy policy formulation will be a good point to look and maybe add to this paper, I think. And then since on the policy formulation itself and on the implementation of the policy, since you also mentioned that there are some possible or recommendation that the can be improved, then I think if you may provide some time frame of the policy formulation and implementation will be beneficial, and of course with on how each actors may take part of the action, right? And I don't know, maybe you can like differentiate or distinct of the possible government intervention in this regard, both for the fiscal and for the non-fiscal support. I think that will be my view from your papers, Dr. Lin. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Noor. And I think in this study or this paper, how I try to deliver is a close or the complete cost and benefit analysis is very important for every policy. That's first of all. And the second one about you mentioned the time frames. I think that's very important. So I try to incorporate the system dynamic modeling technique to show how the situation will change, how the benefits and the cost will evolve, will go to during years or after several years, etc. And also, I really totally agree with you. Different actors or different parties, they have different point of views on environmental or those green policies. So this morning I did a discussion for the lady, I forgot his name, in the very first paper, and she mentioned creating a good environment for investing, for investors to do green investment is very important. So that kind of a situation I want to try to deliver also. Like I just mentioned, some assisting services provided from the batteries, the energy storage back to the electricity grid. And that kind of mechanism should be more developed. At that point, then the investors or those enterprises would do more investment in green energy, energy storage, etc. Yeah, so I think thank you for your comments, and I will continue my efforts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lin. It's there are some dynamics mostly from the different actors, right? Then with their kind of perspective, then it will be enhance the policy formulation as the result of the papers. It's very very interesting, Dr. Lin. Thank you. Yeah, then I saw one hand raise from Ibu Budia Stuti. So the time is yours. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have one question relating to the topic this afternoon. How we set the rate or the tariff for the renewable energy in the meantime that currently that we have to know that the oil price has been the basis of the development of the renewable energy. So currently, when we set the target of the oil price for the next year, it is still improving, it's still increasing. It means like the new renewable energy become possible. But when the figure has already on the opposite way, so the renewable energies become more expensive then. Now from the discussions and then the experience from the other countries, how you perceive this condition or this issue in order to set this is kind of policy, and the policy should be sustained, but on the same time that the base or the benchmark itself, it is still very low, even though the price of oil price is increasing, but still considered low. How do you perceive this? Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Lin, please.
Yeah, thank you for the question. And about the tariff setting versus the oil prices, I think in Taiwan, the government tried to control the electricity price very low, at a very low level. And they think that will increase the competitiveness of Taiwan industries. But I think it's really not that way. And I want to share with you some facts also. Taiwan rely on import energy about 98%, 99%, all imported. The energy, primary energy is imported from other countries like Indonesia. Okay, and so maybe that's if we facing the oil price is higher, then the renewable energy has more advantage. That's true, but at the same time, we should also do something to cut the subsidy for fossil fuel in Taiwan. And I think the subsidies a lot right now in Taiwan. And so that kind of situation is reflected on electricity price. The electricity price in Taiwan is very low, and it should be controlled or should be more reasonably managed by market, by policies, etc. And it's not just let the free market to go, or no too much control by the government is not good either. But I think if the subsidy can be cut to fossil fuel energies, then the renewable energy will have more advantages to be developed. Okay, yeah, that's my short.
Yeah. Okay, Dr. Lin, thank you. Right. Yeah. It's always when the price of the electricity administered by the government, then there is some issues will be there, and we need to a bit address on that. It's such a same situation with Indonesia who asked that so there is some policy intervention will be needed further to address the issue. Okay, I invite other participants to raise any comments and question to Dr. Lin's paper, because I think the issue is very relevant, yeah, with the today's condition. Please raise your hand, anybody. Okay, so it seems okay. I should. Okay, there is a question from, I don't know, there is no name in here, just Lenovo. Also, so it is Sopanak from Cambodia. So what is your view on the cost of energy storage in the future in terms of medium term versus long term, Dr. Lin? And the second question, at what point should be the optimal level of renewable energy in energy mix, especially for developing countries? The case is quite similar with Indonesia. And the third question is, what are the key priorities that developing countries should do commencing from now on? That's very relevant question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
For the
please,
first
Dr. Lin.
question, I think it's the price is going down quickly for energy storage. What I heard is about 1/3 of probably 2 years ago. I mean, right now the current cost. And for the second one, what should be the optimal level of renewable energy in the energy mix? I think that's really depending on countries. Okay, the specific situations in each country. And at this moment, I don't think, for example, in Taiwan, we have a lot of opportunities to develop renewable energy. The 20%, the goal of 20% in 2025, to me, is way too aggressive. And it's very difficult for us to achieve that. We have a lot of situations to overcome. Okay, so I think that really depends case by case, country by country. And what are the key priorities for developing countries? From my point of view, developing countries have more opportunities right now than the developed countries. Since you have such, for example, in Indonesia, you have so much resources, so much human power, human capital, etc., and you can do quite a few strategies and at the same time to develop the economy and also a green recovery for the country. And the key priority is how we can manage the human capital and also the financial resources, not only from Indonesia itself, also from other international organizations. And also, I think the third one is you have to identify what kind of situation you like to achieve in Indonesia or in this one is the lady
in Cambodia. Yeah.
Cambodia, right? Sorry.
Yes,
in
Cambodia. Yes.
Right. Okay.
Yes. So yeah, it will quite similar, yeah, for the situation on the same developing countries will be, yeah. Okay, that is the last question, I think, because the time is approaching, yeah. This from Kim Tisang. What is the current policy by the government of Taiwan to promote the renewable energies, Dr. Lin?
Okay. Yeah, still the FIT, the feed-in tariff, is a major policy in Taiwan, but Taiwan is also trying to do RPS. Okay, so the companies, the big companies, the consumers have to implement 10% of their electricity from renewable energy. Okay, I think that kind of schemes or policies will coming out more and more in the near future.
Okay. Yeah. Feed-in tariff will be the most favorable, we can say it, policies to like induce the development of renewable energy for most developing countries as well, Dr. Lin, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So then I think this, because of the time, then okay. Kim Tisang say thank you to your answer, Dr. Lin, yeah. And then
thank you all.
Yeah. Once again, thank you, Dr. Lin, for your very, very good presentation and papers. Good luck with your papers and your research. I wish you all the best for your future then. And
thank you.
I have to move to the second paper to be presented now. Thank you, Dr. Lin. And I will invite Eileen Lam for the second paper to be presented now. It's about the policy incentives on mitigating CO2 emissions from the passenger cars in 5 major ASEAN economies. Analysis using FTT transport model. And the discussion will be Enda Ginting, an independent public financial management specialist from Indonesia. This is a bit introduction of Eileen Lam. She is an assistant professor of Department of Economics, Faculty of Social Sciences, University of Macau. Oh, it's very interesting, yeah. She is an environmental economist with research interest in the areas of modeling energy policies and innovation, the macroeconomic impacts of low carbon innovation, the diffusion of innovations in the transport sector. So that's why her paper now is about the transportation. As part of a consortium effort led by Cambridge Econometrics and involving the University of Cambridge and Open University, Dr. Lam was part of the team that developed the transport sector component of the integrated assessment model E3ME FTT G9. The modeling suite has been used to assess policy proposal of many governments, notably in the EU Commission. And so Eileen Lam holds PhD, Master of Philosophy, and BA degree in Land Economy from the University of Cambridge. She is currently an assistant professor at the University of Macau. And Enda Ginting, an independent public financial management specialist from Indonesia. Maybe his full bio will be introduced during his presentation. And he is currently, previously he has worked for Ministry of Finance, Office of the Treasury, and also the Budget Office during the ministry's early reform stages. So it's very, very interesting, yeah. And that holds a master's in economics, finance, and management from the University of Bristol, UK. Then, without further ado, I will invite Eileen Lam to present her paper now. Please, Dr. Lam.
So thank you. So I'm going to share the PowerPoint. Can you see a PowerPoint?
Good, yes.
Yeah, thank you. So hi, thanks for having me. So my name is Eileen. So let me start. From the University of Macau. So for the next 10-15 minutes, I'm going to introduce how we use the FTT transport model to simulate policy incentives on mitigating CO2 emissions in different major Asian economies. So this is like a content of our of the presentation. So I'll start with the background information and then move to gold before looking at our methodology, that is E3ME and the FTT transport model, and then we'll move on to look at the policy assumptions before we look at the results and some of the policy implications from this research. So this is some background information on this research. So the transport sector is one of the most important sources of CO2 emissions in many Asian countries. In particular, many Asian countries are fast developing, so the carbon ownership has been increasing rapidly. So policy incentives are really important in influencing consumer purchasing decisions because to the end, consumers are really incentivized financially. So if it's more expensive, for example, to get new energy vehicles, then it might disincentivize people to buy that vehicle. But clearly, consumers are not only driven by financial incentives because convenience, risk-averse all play an important role in the adoption of low emissions vehicles. But having said that, so fiscal incentives are important in also the dimensions, apart from financial incentives, also is important in pushing this further. For example, in sort of mandating EV, that is another approach, or even encouraging low emissions vehicles, not necessarily EV, but perhaps a stepping stone from the petrol car to EV, so something like hybrid car, or something like a more efficient version of petrol car. So the question we have, apart from one of the questions that we're really concerned about is that shares for new energy vehicles in many countries are still actually quite low, to the level that is below the level that is required for mass marketing penetration. That means policies are required in order to push this market further, because otherwise a lot of countries will be in that stagnant situation that they won't change at all. So that's why policy incentives are important. So policy incentives can appear in different forms. It can appear in terms of like registration tax, vehicle tax, or it can appear like regulation, so fuel economy regulation, or like mandate or fuel tax. But for this research, we are going to simulate scrappage scheme, which is not always, which hasn't been introduced in all countries, but it's quite interesting because during the pandemic or during financial crisis, a lot of governments in the world want to sort of push the car manufacturing sector. So a scrappage program in the past have been introduced during financial crisis. So in this research, we try to simulate scrappage program, fuel economy regulation, and fuel tax in 5 major Asian countries up to 2050. So our country, the target country will be China, Japan, Korea, India, and Indonesia. We're going to use the E3ME FTT model, which I'm going to talk about it in a minute. The main questions we would like to answer are: what is the impact of a scrappage program on CO2 emissions? And how does the effectiveness of fuel economy regulation, fuel tax, and scrappage program compare with each other across different Asian markets? That is, we would like to know if the effectiveness of the policy incentive is different across different markets because of individual market structures. And the last question is, do we see interactions between policy instruments? And if we do see interactions, how do the interactions affect the effectiveness of different policy combinations? And can the interactions be different across different countries? So these are the questions that we would like to know. Our methodology. So the central methodology is E3ME FTT Gini model. This is an integrated assessment model. And E3ME itself is under this integrated assessment model. It's a non-equilibrium macroeconometric simulation model based on demand-led post-Keynesian structure. And the FTT transport model is then under the E3ME model. So basically, E3ME model will be feeding the FTT model the demand, and then the FTT model itself will be modeling the technology diffusion, so the technology transition itself, the process of technological substitution. And the core equation, because we, to save time, so I haven't really put up the equation, like the mathematical equation. In a nutshell, it is the Lotka-Vitale equations. We use Lotka-Vitale equations to model substitution and diffusion. Lotka-Vitale equation itself, it's a replicated dynamic equation. It means the higher the shares, the more likely that the higher the shares, the faster the rate of diffusion. And the Lotka-Vitale equations also reproduce a typical S-shaped technology diffusion curves. And we also model consumer decision with discrete choice theory. That means if consumer is given a choice, consumer is given a set of information, we don't assume perfect information. Instead, consumer have a set of information. So if a tax is introduced, for example, you wouldn't see like an instant diffusion, but instead you see a gradual diffusion of the technology. So without further delay, we're looking at the assumptions. So these are the assumptions for the scenario analysis. The first column is the scrappage program. So like I said, scrappage program hasn't really been introduced in all Asian countries. So we took scrappage years as 13 years, and this is based on the number that Japan took in 2009 during the financial crisis. So basically, if you scrap your car at the end of 13 years, you're going to get a scrappage subsidy of $3,000 US. So that is the logic. So we assume that if this policy is introduced in different countries, so the aim is to see what if you introduce this policy in different countries where you see a different consequence. So can you actually learn from this policy? So that is the idea behind it. And the second column is fuel economy standards. This is a very common policy. So you see this policy almost in every country around the world. So as you see, our assumption is based on the stringency of the current stringency in different countries. Similarly, fuel tax, you see fuel tax in almost every country around the world these days. The aim of fuel tax, the aims of fuel tax are twofold. So it can encourage people to get a more fuel efficient vehicle on the one hand, and on the other hand, it can also encourage people to drive less. So if fuel tax is higher, then it discourages people from driving. So that is the idea why fuel tax is important and can be effective. So for our scenario analysis, we have three different scenarios. The first scenario is so if you count to the baseline scenario, so we have four. So we have the baseline scenario, and then we test the policies, the effectiveness of policy individually. And then we pair them up. So if it's A, B, C, so it will be A, B, A, C, and B, C. So that's a way to pair them up, to combine them. And that is to find the effectiveness of two policy combinations. And finally, we have the three policy combinations scenario. And we would like to actually know the effectiveness of three policy combinations in comparison to the two policy combination, and if the policies were to introduced individually. So this is the results for the baseline scenario. So this scenario is when no policy is introduced, if assuming that no policy is introduced after the simulation year here, which is 2016. So here, if you look at the results, if in the absence of any policy incentives, we see that the current market shares for hybrid cars in Japan is very high, reached around 85% by 2050. So that's because the current market shares for hybrid car in Japan is already very high. So it's kind of reached a self-sustaining share. So without further policy incentives, you can still see that shares for hybrid car multiplying, because that share has reached like a value that it can be self-sustaining. And in South Korea, the picture is a little different, because South Korea's got a larger number of diesel cars. So you see here that luxury diesel car can still have a quite significant market share, even you look at 2050. But again, like Japan, you see that the hybrid cars and EV also start to take off from 2030 onwards, and it reaches around 40% of market share in around 2050. In China, the picture is slightly different, because China, the policy orientation of China is a little different. So it kind of encourages more EV than hybrid cars. So therefore, if you look at the picture here, then you see that in China, the fleet shares for EV can reach around 50% by 2050. in India, Indonesia, what we see here is we don't see a lot of hybrid cars and EV because hybrid cars and EVs are currently less prominent. So without any policy incentives, you don't see the diffusion a lot. So that tells us we perhaps need some sort of policy incentives to kickstart the market, because without any shares, without any EVs, people are risk averse, people are not exposed to this. And more importantly is the lack of infrastructure. So in our model, we assume like a chicken and egg problem. So the higher the number of EVs, for example, the higher the number of infrastructure, charging infrastructure, and that will incentivize people to purchase EVs. So that will be the self-sustaining mechanism. And this is really important when you introduce a new technology, when people are quite foreign, when these technologies can be quite foreign to the local population. So this is a result. These are the results for individual policies. So here, if the number is positive, that indicates that the policy leads to a reduction in CO2 emissions. So you see that in most scenarios, we see FT, so there's fuel tax and fuel economy regulation. Both policies lead to a reduction in emissions. A negative number, here we have, if you look at as in Japan's scrappage program, actually leads to a rise in emissions. So that takes into account the car manufacturing process. And also the fact that the emissions from car manufacturing and also emissions from scraping the car. The hindsight, the good thing about scrappage program is that it encourages, it facilitates a turnover rate. So people purchase more, or people make that purchasing decision more often. When people make that purchasing decision more often, if let's say it's in Japan or in China, when you see a lot of EV or hybrid cars, then you do have a faster adoption rate to that technology. But if the scrappage emissions and emissions from car manufacturing are higher than that, than the gain from a turnover rate, then you see an increase in emissions. So in this case, you see that actually in Japan, India, Indonesia. And overall, fuel economy standards kind of stand out because it is the most effective policy incentive among the three policies. And these are the scenarios with 2 policy combinations and 3 policy combinations. So here, the effectiveness we see of 2 policy combinations, if we compare these the results here to the results from the previous slide, then you see the effectiveness of 2 policy combinations is higher than the scenarios when policies are introduced individually. And for China and Korea, we see that the scrappage program can cut emissions more significantly if it's combined with fuel economy standard than if the fuel economy standard itself is introduced in isolation. And the scrappage program itself does not accelerate the transitions of passenger car transport shares when, especially when more fuel efficient vehicles are very low in the market. And the reason is because if there is a scrappage program and if there aren't a lot of more fuel efficient technologies around, that means people don't have the options to buy a more efficient vehicle. So that means the scrappage program would not be as effective as what the policymakers would have wanted. So our conclusion, so this is some of the results from our this is the conclusion, some of the summarize of our results. So using the FTT transport model, we ran 7 scenario analysis to determine the effectiveness of fuel tax, fuel economy standards, and scrappage subsidy in different Asian countries, including Japan, China, Korea, India, Indonesia. Overall, we find that the vehicle scrappage program can potentially increase emissions slightly, except in China and Korea, where the scrappage program does lead to a small emission reduction. So fuel economy standard is more effective than fuel tax in reducing emissions. It's especially important when the number of new energy vehicles are scarce in that country.
Okay, that's all, Dr. Lam. Okay,
yeah.
okay. Can you make it quicker? Yeah.
Oh, sorry. My okay, I'll go through this really quickly. Sorry.
Yeah.
So basically, the idea of this page is that the government should introduce formulate policies in the way that we have both the scrappage program and we have also the fuel economy improvement, so that that reinforce the effectiveness of that scrappage program. So that's the idea, actually, aligning policy incentives. Thank you. Sorry, I think I'm overrunning this. Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks. Sorry.
Okay, all good, Dr. Lam. So then I will invite Mas Endra here. Please, Mas Endra.
Hi, thank you, Pak Noor. Hi, Eileen. Very well presented, very interesting finding, and I think it's going to be useful for a lot of policymakers, not just in the 5 countries you mentioned, but globally. My discussion will be more suggestive rather than confrontative. And I think we believe that any transition to a new kind of technology should be abrupt rather than gradual, because gradual tends to stall, given how lucrative investment schemes are at fossil fuel. Now, having said that, what I would like to suggest perhaps in the future or as a follow-up, as a linkage, is to set up a different cluster, and to show linkages between the clusters. And the clusters that I'd like to introduce, one cluster that talks about countries who are predominantly car producers. And in this case, you have Japan, South Korea, China, and India, which is already included in your 5 model countries. And then the second cluster would be countries where they're predominantly the market demanders. And in this case, you've already included 3 out of the 5 of the model that you've mentioned, which is Indonesia, India, and China, given the mass population and how much of these population will then be using personal vehicles in the near future, given the growth of the economy. And lastly, given that it's new technology, this last cluster becomes very important recently, is access to the kind of material that is needed to implement on an abrupt transition to the new technologies. And if we're talking about electric vehicles, most likely we're talking about access to nickel, which in this case includes Indonesia and Australia. Now, having said that, I think it's important to show the linkages, and while it may not be comparable, what are the policy incentives behind in the countries that are predominantly producing the cars? And then what are the policy incentives in the country that are predominantly demanding these cars? And then what are the policy incentives in the country, and how does it link in the country that has predominantly access to the new source of material for the new transportation model, and how does that link to the rest? For instance, how does the policy in Indonesia on iron ore smelter and nickel links to how producers of car manufacturers in China, car manufacturers in South Korea, car manufacturers in Japan and India behave? And I think this highlights a nuanced way of saying how we can predict what in the future the new transportation model will look like. I think the combination of policy analysis you gave is very, very great, but it does have its sort of caveat, meaning that assuming that there's little progress or little policy changes in countries that are requesting much of these cars, and there's very little incentives in the countries, or policy changes in the countries that are predominantly producing some of these cars. Having said that, the way I look at it is purely from a financial investment perspective, that money flows to where there's lucrative ways of changing people's ways of driving. And as much as we'd like to think country-specific policy does affect that, absolutely the car producers get to dictate that. And also in how countries where there's a lot of demand for cars and personal cars, given either the growth of the nation in terms of population and its economic growth, and in terms of the growth of infrastructure here, therefore providing a lot more access and possibility for people to own private cars and less public infrastructure. How does that then dictate the car producers themselves? And then lastly, this may be somewhat very tricky, because when we talk about transition, we talk about alternative, a lot of ones, and not just electric vehicles that require the use of nickel for their batteries. And this is where it becomes very isolated. How does the policy in Australia, as the second largest deposit on nickel, and Indonesia is the largest deposit on nickel, how do the policies in those countries affect the market and the producers themselves? So these are just suggestions on what I think a form of clustering that may add some nuance to be able to predict the future use of transitioning from conventional vehicles to much more EV type of vehicles. But other than that, I think it's a very good presentation. I'll be keen to read most of the articles if it's available. And congratulations. Thank you very much. Hopefully I was in line with the time. Back to you, Mr. Moderator.
Okay. Thanks, Mas Enda. So please, Dr. Lam, because we have running out of the time. So
right.
Please, yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. Thanks so much for the question. No, not the question, the comment actually. These comments are really useful, inspiring. In fact, I agree that we perhaps need to group countries into the car producing countries, the car manufacturing countries. In fact, the policy orientation of car producing countries like Japan or Korea, or now China also has its own like car manufacturing sector. The policy orientation is quite different to some countries who's probably will be the new demanding country in the future. So it will be really interesting to have two clusters, because that will mean that our future policy can be a little different, and we won't be implementing the same policy across all countries, because the orientation can be different. And also it will be interesting, like you said, if some policy in Australia, and how does that affect, for example, policies in elsewhere in the world, or some policies in EU, how does that affect us elsewhere in the world? Currently, we have that learning rate, but obviously there are still a lot we need to improve apart from that learning rate, because apart from technology, we're also looking at how apart from diffusion and technology, we're also looking at how, for example, like you said, the policy in one country, how does that actually affect another, demanding market, or how these two producer markets can be linked in some sort. Yeah, this is something that I definitely need to look into, because in our model, we don't really look at the car manufacturing side that much. We look at more, this model is more like a demand-driven model, but it would be interesting also to look at the from the car manufacturing perspective of things. Yeah, sorry. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, Dr. Lam. Just one, Professor Jun Pang, are still there? You raise your hand? Okay. Okay, please. Just one short comment or question, please, Prof. Hello, Prof. Jun Pang.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Just mention, I don't have question about this presentation. Thank you. Just I missed price.
Okay. So okay then. Okay, all good then. Yeah. Okay. Just there is one last question from Lydia Napitupulu, that the majority of Asia seems to be increasing the use of motorcycles rather than cars. From your research, do you have any insight on how to incentivize? This is very developing countries question, Dr. Lam. Please, please make it quick, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, it's really interesting question because it's something that we used to have that in our model, motorcycles, and then at some point when during the update we didn't really do that anymore, and the reason is because our demand model for motorcycle is not as great as our demand model for cars, and we used to put them together so that there is like a mode change between the two-wheeler and three-wheelers and cars. We also have problem collecting the exact data of three-wheelers, because in our model, we categorize technologies. So we have like car, econ, middle, and large. But for things like three-wheelers and for motorcycles in many countries, we don't really have the fine data. So we had to have a lot of estimation. But it's something that we are definitely looking into, because that is really, really important in India, for example, or nearly 50% of that thing, or even more than that, it's two-wheelers. Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Thank you. It's just the data problem we have.
Yes, yes. Okay. Okay, Dr. Lam, thank you very much for your very good presentation and paper. Well done for your paper, yeah. And thanks. Mas Eda, for your insight and input for Dr. Lam. So now
You're
I
welcome.
have
Thank
to
you
move.
very much, everyone.
Yeah, okay. So now I have to move to the next session. This is a country presentation from the Philippines. We have Evemil Nina R. Assumption. Is it correct? My my pronunciation? Yeah. Ms. Nina is a director at the Revenue Operations Group of the Department of Finance. Very interesting. As a member of the tax reform team, she is involved in drafting, defending, implementing, and communicating the tax reform proposals of the government and its benefits to Filipinos. So it will be very challenging. I just cannot imagine how the situation, yeah. She extensively worked on the passage of landmark tax legislation in the Philippines, such as the Tax Reform for Acceleration and Inclusion Law, Tax Amnesty Act of 2019, and Sin Tax Laws of 2019 and 2020. Mrs. Sanction previously worked at the Bureau of Internal Revenue and the House of Representatives. She has Bachelor of Arts major in journalism and Juris Doctor degrees from the University of Santo Tomas in Manila. So let me welcome Ms. Nina. You have 10 minutes. Due to the time is, so it's very, because the previous papers and presentation is very interesting. So yeah, please, Dr. Nina, please, Ms. Nina, yeah, thank you.
Very good discussions earlier. Thank you, Dr. Noor. I'll just share my screen.
Please,
okay.
please, yeah.
Assess the effects of climate change by balancing adaptation and mitigation as a function of lowering disaster risks. To pursue this, we have passed into law the Climate Change Act of 2009. We have come up with the Framework Strategy on Climate Change 2010 to 2022 and the National Climate Change Action Plan for 2011 to 2028, which documents chart a cleaner development plan or path for the Philippines. In 2010, we also enacted the Philippine Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Act. To better mainstream climate change action within the executive branch of the government, we instituted a cabinet cluster on climate change adaptation and mitigation, disaster risk reduction. With the goal of using the budget process to plan, prioritize, and monitor climate change expenditure, the Philippines has mobilized the national budget preparation process to tag climate change expenditures through the Climate Change Expenditure Tagging, or CCET. Beginning 2012, all government agencies are already mandated to track their climate change expenditures in their respective budget submissions. So aside from this, there are also special provisions to allow on climate change in the General Appropriations Act, and the Philippine Climate Change Commission monitors this so that the implementation of climate change related projects are observed. Okay, lastly, a special fund under the Bureau of Treasury that finances climate change adaptation programs and projects was created for local government units and accredited organizations. Internationally, the Philippines has turned to international cooperation and partnered with governments and organizations to build on climate change and green development initiatives. So the Philippines' nationally determined contributions will be submitted soon to the UNFCCC. We have availed of grants from the Green Climate Fund as well as the Global Environment Facility. The Philippines has also actively worked with the World Bank organized coalition, the Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action, which actually the Philippines is a regional champion for the Helsinki Principle #4, which dictates that we take climate change into account in macroeconomic policy, fiscal planning, budgeting, public investment management, and procurement practices. So the UK Cross-Government Prosperity Fund through the ASEAN Low Carbon Energy Program is currently providing assistance as well to the Philippine government in developing the Green Force or the Sustainable Finance Interagency Council. The Philippines has availed of technical assistance as well from the Partnership for Market Readiness for the development and implementation of carbon pricing instruments, as well as the Accelerating Climate Investments in the Philippines through the Risk Resiliency Program of the World Bank to strengthen the enabling environment for key climate adaptation and mitigation investments. Lastly, we are an active member of the Vulnerable 20 Group of Ministers of Finance. So the Philippines is guided by certain policies that are geared towards using fiscal policy instruments to advance climate adaptation and mitigation. And the focus mainly is more climate change adaptation, but mitigation is also considered. We also have to balance between the implementation of sustainable climate change actions, as well as the economic growth and development of the country. And of course, we are pushing that developed countries must fulfill their obligations on climate finance to deliver climate justice for developing countries and, of course, the future generations. The implementation of the NCCAP, or the National Plan of the Government, involves looking at two very important aspects. So national and local implementation mechanisms, as well as financing. As mentioned earlier, to fund our green initiatives, we have availed of grants from various partners, the GCF, GEF, and the UK Prosperity Fund. Aside from this, we are looking at other sources of financing for green development through innovative climate financing, which include disaster management assistance funds, debt for nature swaps, and lastly, the disaster risk financing and insurance. No? So the DOF is actually the agency in the Philippines that formulated the disaster risk financing and insurance strategy for the country in 2015. So lastly, we have public finance mechanisms. Recognizing the importance of a whole of government approach to mitigate the impacts of climate change, the national government has allocated 181.9 billion as the climate budget under the National Expenditure Program for fiscal year 2021. Aside from this, we turn to taxation to try and make a dent on what we are contributing to the climate crisis. Climate budgeting is an important additional foundation of the climate change response of the Philippines. I've seen this also in earlier presentations like that of Indonesia. Its continued implementation is recognized in the Philippines' intended nationally determined contribution as a means to enhance climate resilience and promote mitigation efforts. To strengthen the budget, as mentioned earlier, we have the climate change expenditure tagging, as well as the monitoring of Climate Change General Appropriations Act special provisions. On taxation as a tool for green development, in 2017, we passed the Tax Reform for Acceleration and Inclusion Law, whose major theme of acceleration and inclusivity of growth is through the reduction of distortions in the tax system, mainly through the reduced reliance on taxes on goods, or income from labor and capital, and more on the taxation of bads. So in the train law, we have rationalized and updated decades-old rates of automobiles and motor vehicles, and we have incentivized the sale of hybrid and purely electric vehicles. In the same law, we increased the taxes on mineral and mineral products, as well as the excise taxes on diesel, gasoline, and other petroleum products. Aside from the provisions in the tax code, we also have incentives for green jobs, entities that generate green jobs, organic agriculture, the sale and use of biofuels, and those engaged in solid waste and water waste management. We also provide incentives to those who invest in renewable energy. And most of our LGUs, our local government units, impose taxes on plastic use. However, I guess as a good news, most have already graduated to totally banning plastic bags altogether. Here are some examples of pending proposals in our legislature on green tax. Number one, there's a bill that introduces a 3% environmental tax on pesticides and chemical fertilizers. There's also a full tax exemption for electric and hybrid cars. There's also a proposal of a climate tax, which is almost akin to a carbon tax because the basis is CO2 emissions for residential users of electricity. An interesting proposal is the environmental taxes bill, which imposes various forms of green taxes on transportation, energy, air pollution, water resources, chemical in agriculture, on resources, biodiversity services, and waste management. Another proposal actually, which is not here in this presentation, but is currently gaining ground and will soon be signed by our president, is the CREATE law, or the Corporate Income and Fiscal Incentives Reform Law of the Philippines, wherein climate investments is mandated to be included in the Strategic Investment Priority Plan. So on carbon pricing instruments and taxation in the Philippines, we have recognized that there is a need to put in place measures to reduce carbon emissions while balancing the short-term versus long-term economic objectives and environmental goals. So through the support of the World Bank PMR, we have concluded that a power sector emissions trading scheme would be most efficient and effective for the Philippines. Meanwhile, any CPI directed at the transport sector would be less effective given the sector has less share in the total PHGHG emissions and an inelastic demand. So on carbon taxes, we are still currently studying this carefully to ensure that there's no regressivity within the system. So with the conclusion of the PMR, the Philippines is currently preparing to transition its membership to the PMI and focus on implementing the CPI identified during the engagement under the PMR. There are certain considerations in the adoption of carbon pricing instruments, and most of these are the top considerations for the Philippines anyway. So there's political feasibility, the impact of a CPI mechanism on retail prices, congressional approval, and lastly, the CPI mechanism to be adopted must trigger clean energy investments. So with the COVID-19 pandemic, the firm and earnest response to the unprecedented health crisis revealed the exceptional capability of the society to put the emergency brake on the business as usual way of thinking. So our Minister of Finance sums this up really well. The pandemic showed that we can act as one and radically change our ways and our system to fight the scourge of a deadly virus for the greater good of all. So the same unity, resolve, and sense of urgency should be applied in combating the climate emergency and pursuing low carbon and sustainable development. So let's be partners for change and let's all be partners for green development. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Noor.
Thank you, Dr. Nina, for your very interesting presentation about how the Philippines strive to tackle the issue of climate change. It's very, very interesting and very insightful. So I will invite any comments in here. Some of the policy planning and actions actually quite similar with what we have so far in Indonesia, that Also, we are working with the PMR to prepare the market mechanism, and we are still on the discussion on the carbon tax or any other policies. We also have the same climate budget taking in our budgeting system today, and yeah, we are currently moved to the regional level, Dr. Nina, for your information, that we are trying to enhance the awareness of the climate change tackling issues to the local government, because priorly we are doing on the central government level. Yes, it's very interesting. I think we need sometimes to have coffee or something, so we can have a very more intimate discussion with the Philippines. I think will be very much interesting. And also we have the coalition of ministers, Ministry of Finance as well.
Yes, yes.
I think at the same time with the Philippines, right? Yeah. Okay. I will invite any panelists or participants to raise your questions, because the situation in the Philippines is very relevant, and mostly for Indonesian, yeah, because we have these two kinds of issue: the adaptation, right? We have some
Yes.
disasters, right? At the same time,
That
we
is
also
really the
have
focus.
and the mitigation at the same time. We also need to curb our carbon emission, by the way. So yes, here's the question from Thailand, if I'm not mistaken, because from the name it's like a Thailandese, yeah. So Miss Nina, I would like to ask about Philippines environmental tax on pesticides and chemical fertilizers. Are Philippines, collect tax on all pesticides with the same tax rate? That's the question. Please, Dr. Nina. Yeah.
Yes, actually in the Philippines, we are not yet imposing fertilizer tax. What I presented earlier are proposals under bills in Congress that impose these tax. But basically, it's a single tax rate on the wholesale price per kilogram of any pesticide or chemical fertilizer. So that is basically the base for this proposal.
Yes, okay.
We're largely agriculture, and it's actually a good way to balance out. Agriculture in the Philippines is a big contributor actually to GHG, and I guess at this point in time with the pandemic, I don't think that a legislation like this will be imposed, considering that most of our farmers and fisher folk are actually suffering from the impacts of the pandemic. So at this point in time, I don't think that this kind of legislation will be passed. But we are exploring it, and it actually makes sense. So maybe in the future.
After this pandemic, maybe that kind of policy can be under consideration, further consideration, maybe, Okay, thank you
for the question.
Thank you for the question and the answers. I will invite one last question, if any. You can raise your hand, or you can write it down on the Q&A button. Oh, it seems everyone's is very happy with your explanation, Dr. Nina. So please let me thanks for your very nice and interesting presentation about the Philippines policy in tackling the climate change in the Philippines. Thank you, Dr. Nina.
Thank you, Dr. Noor.
Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, so then we are moving to the closing session. So I cannot just say thank you very much for this very fruitful, insightful day. Once we have the very informative and very focusing keynote speech from Professor Sunsuke Managi, and we also have very very intriguing and interesting discussion papers, policy recommendation on the not just fiscal policy, but also on the technical as well as the monetary government intervention that may provide and enhance, also attract on the green investment, particularly for certain countries, yeah, like developing countries such as Indonesia and different typical countries in Asia. Then should I invite Ibu Nela, or I can just close the today's okay.
Pak Nur, I think you should close in the agenda. You do the closing today.
Okay. Then okay. So then let me again thanks for your attendance, everyone. It's very full of insights from your paper, from your presentations, from your comments and question, as well as from the reply and answers from the speakers. I second that these days it's very full of information and knowledge, so that maybe we can raise some idea to propose some policy recommendation to our government, or maybe we can deepen our research in the future. And of course, the enhancing networking, the broader network that we have today can be also beneficial for the benefit of the knowledge in the future. So then, please let me close the day 2 webinar on the green development agenda today. And thank you, and see you tomorrow for the last day of the webinar. And stay healthy and safe for everyone. Thank you.
Partner, okay, I will add. So tomorrow we start again at 11 a.m. Tokyo time or 9 a.m. Jakarta time. And then we will have ADB presentation tomorrow, and mostly for their project to the Southeast Asia about the sustainable or green development. And then we have 5 papers to be discussed. And then we have one country presentation from Vietnam tomorrow. So don't forget to join again. And we have, there's a lot of questions about certificate, and we will have the answer at the end of the session tomorrow. Okay, thank you and see you tomorrow.
Bye-bye. See you.
Thank you, Bu Asti.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Nur.
Thank you, Bu Alin, ya.
Thank you, Bu Alin. Thank you, Pak Nur.
Thank you, Bu Astuti. Salam kenal, Bu Astuti.
Salam kenal kembali.
Pak Nur, kayaknya BKF tuh mana Bu? BKF tuh sama yang si kayak siapa? The Nisrina itu diundang itu buat ngomong ke timnya BKF. Terus ya sama Bu Asti connect karena kan banyak kerjanya bareng gitu.
Iya, nanti bisa di arrange ya. Terima kasih. Saya belum sholat ya, tak.
Belum sholat juga.
Saya pamit ya, Bu ya. Terima kasih.
Thank
you everyone.
Yes,
thank you Mbak Alin ya. Sehat selalu.
Sama-sama. Salam kenal.
Yes. Swati, I think you can disconnect. You can sign up and leave now. So this
mechanism to be adopted must trigger clean energy investments. So with the COVID-19 pandemic, the firm and earnest response to the unprecedented health crisis revealed the exceptional capability of a society to put the emergency brake on the business as usual way of thinking. So our Minister of Finance sums this up really well. The pandemic showed that we can act as one and radically change our ways and our system to fight the scourge of a deadly virus for the greater good of all. So the same unity, resolve, and sense of urgency should be applied in combating the climate emergency and pursuing low carbon and sustainable development. So let's be partners for change, and let's all be partners for green development. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Noor.
Thank you, Dr. Nina, for your very interesting presentation about how the Philippines strive to tackle the issue of climate change. It's very, very interesting and very insightful. So I will invite any comments in here. Some of the policy planning and actions actually quite similar with what we have so far in Indonesia. That also we are working with the PMR to prepare the market mechanism, and we are still on the discussion on the carbon tax or any other policies. We also have the same climate budget taking in our budgeting system today, and yeah, we are currently moved to the regional level, Dr. Nina, for your information, that we are trying to enhance the awareness of the climate change tackling issues to the local government, because priorly we are doing on the central government level. Yes, it's very, very interesting. I think we need sometimes to have coffee or something, so we can have a very more intimate discussion with the Philippines. I think will be very, very much interesting. And also we have the coalition of ministers, Ministry of Finance as well.
Yes, yes.
I think at the same time with the Philippines, right? Yeah. Okay. I will invite any panelists or participants to raise your questions, because the situation in the Philippines is very, very relevant, and mostly for Indonesian, yeah, because we have these two kinds of issue: the adaptation, right? We have some
Yes.
disasters, right? At the same time,
That
we
is
also
really
have
the focus.
yeah, and the mitigation at the same time. We also need to curb our carbon emission, by the way. So yes, here's the question from Thailand, if I'm not mistaken, because from the name it's like Thailandese, yeah. So Miss Nina, I would like to ask about Philippines environmental tax on pesticides and chemical fertilizers. Are Philippines, yeah, collect tax on all pesticides with the same tax rate? That's the question. Please, Dr. Nina. Yeah.
Yes, actually in the Philippines, we are not yet imposing fertilizer tax. What I presented earlier are proposals under bills in Congress that impose these tax. But basically, it's a single tax rate on the wholesale price per kilogram of any pesticide or chemical fertilizer. So that is basically the base for this proposal.
Yes, okay.
We're largely agriculture, and it's actually a good way to balance out. Agriculture in the Philippines is a big contributor actually to GHG, and I guess at this point in time with the pandemic, I don't think that a legislation like this will be imposed, considering that most of our farmers and fisher folk are actually suffering from the impacts of the pandemic. So at this point in time, I don't think that this kind of legislation will be passed. But we are exploring it, and it actually makes sense. So maybe in the future.
After this pandemic, maybe
yes,
that kind of policy can be under consideration, further consideration, maybe, Okay, thank you
for the question.
Thank you for the question and the answers. I will invite one last question, if any. You can raise your hand, or you can write it down on the Q&A button. Oh, it seems everyone's is very happy with your explanation, Dr. Nina. So please let me thanks for your very nice and interesting presentation about the Philippines policy in tackling the climate change in the Philippines. Thank you, Dr. Nina.
Thank you, Dr. Noor.
Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, so then we are moving to the closing session. So I cannot just say thank you very much for this very fruitful, insightful day. Once we have the very informative and very focusing keynote speech from Professor Sunsuke Managi, and we also have very intriguing and interesting discussion papers, policy recommendation on the not just fiscal policy, but also on the technical as well as the monetary government intervention that may provide and enhance, also attract on the green investment, particularly for certain countries, like developing countries such as Indonesia and different typical countries in Asia. Then should I invite Ibu Nela, or I can just close the today's
Yes.
Okay.
But Nur, I think you should close in the agenda. You do the closing today.
Okay. Then okay. So then let me again thanks for your attendance, everyone. It's very full of insights from your paper, from your presentations, from your comments and question, as well as from the reply and answers from the speakers. I second that these days it's very full of information and knowledge, so that maybe we can raise some idea to propose some policy recommendation to our government, or maybe we can deepen our research in the future. And of course, the enhancing networking, the broader network that we have today can be also beneficial for the benefit of the knowledge in the future. So then, please let me close the day 2 webinar on the green development agenda today. And thank you, and see you tomorrow for the last day of the webinar. And stay healthy and safe for everyone. Thank you.
Nur, okay, I will add. So tomorrow we start again at 11 a.m. Tokyo time or 9 a.m. Jakarta time. And then we will have ADB presentation tomorrow, and mostly for their project to the Southeast Asia about the sustainable or green development. And then we have 5 papers to be discussed. And then we have one country presentation from Vietnam tomorrow. So don't forget to join again. And we have, there's a lot of questions about certificate, and we will have the answer at the end of the session tomorrow. Okay, thank you and see you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.